Dreams will make you free. You gotta make them happen, man. Dream, baby, dream. Yeah, you gotta get the dreams burning, baby. Dream, baby, dream. Yeah, hold on tight, baby. Yeah, hold on tight to life. Light a fire if you dream. Dream, baby, dream. Dream, baby, dream. Forever. Yeah, baby. Yeah, you just hold on tight, you know? You hold on to the one thing that means anything. Your dream. Yeah, keep it burning forever, baby. Dream, baby, dream. Come on, baby, dreaming. Yeah, dreaming, baby. Yeah, dream forever. Dream, baby, dream. Dream, baby, dream. Dream, baby, dream. Dream, baby, dream, baby, dream, baby, dream, baby, dream, baby, dream, baby, dream forever, baby.
Gastar dinheiro com sintetizador é besteira.
Campeão, não consigo, deixa em 7 e não toca dentro da água não. Ah, é.
Hello? Hello, 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 hello. Hello. What up, what up, what up, what up? How we doing? How we doing? Yo! Flacco.
Holy moly, it's been a while since I caught a tofu stream.
Hey.
Hope all is well with everyone and streamer Tofu L.
Hey. Thank you so much, Flacco. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the 11 months of support. Thank you for being a part of this community. Good to see ya. Yes, we are back. We are back. It is our second stream back. What's up, everyone? Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello. How are we feeling? Hello, everyone. These tofu blocks are making out. Oh my gosh. Flirt. Flirt. What's up, Durank Dank? What's up, Rain Beastie? What's up, Solar Satori? What's up, Sticky Monkey Flowers? What's up, Punky Gal? What's up, Pajama Jamma? What's up, Ink Frog? What's up, Reclaw? What's up, Potato Chip? What's up, El Pueblo Unido? What is up, Flaco Bell? Thank you again. Ashtray, hello. Sakina Joya, hello. Who else is in here? James DM, hello. How's it going? Who else is in here? Who else? Radical Statical, Zyrum, Meisha, welcome in. Chili, hello. Who else is in here? Who'd I miss? How's everybody doing? Oh, hell yes, I'm so glad you're back then. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It was you know, it was quite a month. Quite an eventful but very productive month for me, but wasn't in the best place, you know, mentally. So I had to, like, you know, do my thing, and I did my thing, and I'm on the up and up. You know what I'm saying? I'm on the upswing or whatever. You know, the ebbs and the flows, but I'm on the fucking this part, which is good. I took Adderall for the first time today, like prescribed Adderall. I've taken Adderall before, but not like as somebody who is officially, you know, officially diagnosed with ADHD, which is pretty cool. Nothing to report. I only took like 5 milligrams, I think, earlier today, and I'm like, I mean, I don't know. I haven't really, like, I don't know. I do feel kind of like on edge, but I don't know if that's like just me, or if that's like, I mean, it could be both. It could be a little bit of both, but I don't know. So we'll fucking see how it goes. I hope it goes great, and I hope fucking it's life changing, because Lord knows I fucking need it. 5 milligrams. Well, so I'm prescribed 10, and it was my first. You know, I just finally got it today. And so I prescribed 10 milligrams, but I figured I would just, like, you know, I'm just gonna like dip my toe in there, just like, see, you know, I don't know. I'm not just gonna like fucking start snorting fucking lines. Yeah, you should start with 5 for a few days. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna start off with that, just see how I feel. You know, and you know, I'll do tomorrow. I'll probably just do the same thing. Try, like, then when I wake up, I'll just pop a little like half a 10 milli, do 5 milligrams, and see how I do throughout the day. My goal, I hope I can reduce my caffeine intake, and even possibly like my weed intake, you know, with it, to be honest. Or not, which is fine too. You know what I mean? Or not, or I could just like keep those things and just, you know, add a little Adderall in there. Like, hey, you know, whatever. I'm on Ritalin. I'm Ritalin. Hi, Ritalin. I'm Tofu Ghost. Haha. That's cool. How does that work out for you? How do you like it? Have you tried others? Did it help you do the task you've been struggling with? I mean, like, I don't know. I guess the task I've been struggling with, the main task that I need to be, you know, as you know, in the past month that I need to like get back into doing every day is streaming. So, I guess so. There's step one. You know, got that one, so that's good. My doc gave me 20 at first, and I was so suited I had to decrease it. That's what my doctor was telling me. She's like, we're gonna start you, which I just have a 15-day supply, so it's just 2 weeks. And so, like, if I need to up my dose or I need to lower my dose, I can do that in 2 weeks. And I took an EKG today. I had to fucking pop my boobies out to get fucking put a bunch of stickies all over me. I felt like I was like a test subject. Yeah, I don't know. So we'll see. You seem pretty energetic. I mean, I also pounded some caffeine, so it's like it's gonna take some time to like really feel it out, but you know, who knows? Maybe it'll fucking like kick in the middle of the stream and I'll just fucking start flying. Your studio looks so professional. Hell yeah. It's the same as this is how it always has looked. Minus my paintings. I put those paintings there so you could see it. Well, actually, so you could see it, but also like the green screen actually ends right there. So like instead of I could just move over. I have a ton of green screen, like a ton of it. So like I could have just moved it over, but instead of that, I was just like, I'll show my art instead. And I think it's kind of cool. I painted those, but I could just move the green screen over, but I don't know. And it's also cool because I can like stand up. You know what I mean? You can see like I can have other people in here. Like if I ever had friends over, you know what I mean? If I ever decided to be social, you know, I could do that. If I ever am doing music, which is very rare, I can use all of my gear in this room on camera without needing like extra cameras. I mean, I have like the overhead camera, but that's, I don't know. I kind of just made that like on, you know, focus on the mixer. I don't know. I think it looks nice. What do you guys think? You think it's cool? Do you think it's better than before? People have always bugged me about like doing like a full screen scene. So I don't know. I love the setup. Hell yeah, kind of better. So have you seen the ADHD creature? ADHD creature? Is that... Drew the... what? Is that what... is this the ADD creature? I don't get it. I just started Adderall like 5 weeks ago. Good for motivation and focus, but too much focus sometimes. Gotta watch for stun locks. Well, true. That's already something that I gotta watch for here anyway. So, but what's up, spilled bag of ice? Yeah, I hope. I need the focus. Fuck, Lord, I need the focus. If I had focus, you know what I mean? I'd probably have. Listen. I'd probably have like accomplished more by this time of my life. Straight the fuck up. I just started Vyvanse. Word, how is that going for you? Also, this is proving my everyone on Twitch has ADHD theory. Well, here's the thing. Everyone on Twitch is like terminally online. Like, you know what I mean? If you're like a heavy chatter, you know what I mean? Because most people don't chat. It's something like I'll have on average through my streams. I mean, it depends on, you know, how like if you know in how close in proximity it is to like a month-long break, because I tend to do that sometimes and it fucks up your viewership, obviously. But when I'm in a steady like streaming at a steady pace, typically there's only like 200 to 300 individual chatters throughout a stream, like 6 or 7 hour stream. 200 to 300 people will chat, but there will be like 1,500 to 2,000 or more, depending, individual viewers throughout the stream. So it's like most people are just chilling. Most people just like watch, like or like passively watch Twitch and don't actually like chat and engage. So what I'm saying is most people that are like actively engaging with Twitch are terminally online, and if they're terminally online, they definitely have ADHD. You know, posers. Nah, we love our lurkers. We love our lurkers. I started out as a lurker. Listen. We all started out as a lurker. That's weird. If you like first started using Twitch, you're like, hey everybody, what's up? I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just me. I find a nice mix of Vyvanse and clonazepam. What is that? Is perfect. It can put me into the flow state as long as I stay on task. The Vi gives me the motivation, and the clones get rid of my anxiety. Okay. I don't really have issues with anxiety. Just like really bad depression. Just like really, really bad depression. So I don't know. I was given like a bunch of options, like my doctor laid out all the different options for me. You know, talked about Vyvanse, talked about Ritalin, talked about I don't remember what it was called. Like the other ones that are there's like some that are like more. They also like are for depression, and it would replace my Lexapro that I take for at my SSRI for my antidepressant. I can't remember what it was called though. That sounds too scary. I don't want to hop off my Lexapro, so I was like, let me just like do the Adderall thing. Fuck those. Bad depression comes with ADHD. Well, I mean, listen, I'm knocking all these things off, you know what I mean? Slowly, but surely, throughout like over my life, you know what I mean? Like I was like, okay, I'm transitioning. How much does this help with my depression? It helps a lot, but I also still have like really bad depression regardless of that. So it's like, okay, I have antidepressants, helps quite a bit, but I have a really hard time keeping focused and finishing tasks, and a problem with starting new projects in the middle of a project, not finishing things, not seeing anything through, paying attention, taking in information when I'm reading, or like when somebody's talking to me, sometimes I'll have issues, like I'll have to ask somebody to repeat themselves, like things like that. So I'm like, okay, I'm knocking all these things off. And I know I'm gonna come to this inevitable spot where like, okay, cool, I've knocked all of these things off and I'm doing better, but I still need to go back to therapy. I'm slowly getting all of the other things out of the way before I go back to therapy. I'm a Lexapro and Ritalin, but I have thought about switching meds. Well, we appreciate you being here. Oh, I'm also on Cetraline. Oh, I think that's what it was called. Cetraline. I think that sounds familiar. SSRIs and SNRIs didn't do shit for my anxiety or depression. I'm sorry. I know it's a journey. I'm like lucky that Lexapro was the first antidepressant that I tried that it like worked. It has like side effects that are, you know, less than desirable, but I'm afraid of trying other things and all of them having like, you know, not being as good, you know? So I'm like, this like pretty much works. This has put me in like a much better place. So I'm afraid of like trying other things. I don't know. What are the side effects? Like sex stuff. Like, you know, sexy time related things. I don't know why I'm being weird about it. Like it's like with erections, there's that. Like I mean, there's also, you know, on top of like you know, transitioning and taking estrogen and things like that. Yeah, delayed ejaculation is a big one, which is very less than desirable. It's, yeah, it makes it like it requires more I don't want to get like into the like too detailed, but like it requires like focus, and it requires like focus, and you can't just like, you know, be like, I don't know. It makes like orgasms like hard to like definitely guaranteed enjoy, if that kind of just makes sense. You gotta brainstorm that shit. Yeah, you gotta get the time. The big thing for me is timing. Yeah, the big thing for me is like you gotta get like to a specific rhythm and hit a specific timing, because if it happens too early or if it happens too late, like if you get yourself to that point too early or too late, it is like it can the delayed ejaculation thing can happen, and it feels like the ejaculation part and the orgasm part don't line up. I don't know how to explain it other than that. Like, it feels like they don't happen at the same time, and then it fucks up the like how good the orgasm feels, essentially. Yeah, it sucks, but it's also like I don't like, I want to like, you know, I want to like back out the lobby much less, so that's like pretty cool. You know what I'm saying? It's like how you know, So it's tough. Like I'm sure there could possibly be like another antidepressant that doesn't have that side effect. But I'm like just afraid of going through that process because like I just know what happens when I go off my meds for a while. Like it could be really bad. You know, I get really fucking depressed, and when I'm really depressed, I don't fucking stream, and when I don't stream, I don't make money, and then when I'm broke, I get even more depressed. Yeah. Kill sex to live. Yeah, it hasn't like killed sex. It's just like it's not as easy to have sex, which sucks. Obviously. So. Sounds like you last longer in bed. Yeah, so. Actually, like essentially what that is, like what it has done, what it like the situation, how I deal with it is that like, yeah, essentially like, edging is just like more enjoyable than actually orgasm a lot of the times. So, yeah, which is like, honestly, it sucks. Like I liked, you know what I mean? Orgasming is like cool or whatever, so I'm on Prozac and can report it also does that shit. Yeah. Adderall will help with the sex stuff usually. Wait, really? W? Huge W, let's go. It kind of disengages orgasm from ejaculation, which can make you less interested in sex. Yeah. Tofu, you're revealing all of the Gooner's secrets? Is that like the strat to be like the top Gooner is to take antidepressants, to take SSRIs? Damn, I've never felt so seen. Let's go, baby. Coincidentally though, I have my first therapy appointment tomorrow. Nice, let's go. I hope it goes well. I mean, you know, I hope you get whatever you want to get out of it, you know, because yeah, that's ultimately what it is. It's just like whatever you want therapy to be, it should be exactly that. Twitch's next top Gooner. That's right. That's me. That's literally me. Top edger. Da, 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 da. Anyway, it's good to see everybody. That's an interesting start to the stream. I have something called bupropion, and it can have some interesting effects. Bupropion. I don't know what that is. But it's good to see everybody. Glad I got here for the Goon Talk. Let's go. What's up, Meowsies? I have also played Edge Runner in Cyberpunk. Yo. Bupropion is Wellbutrin. Oh, okay. I'm on Wellbutrin and Lexapro. Gotcha. Formerly called amphebutamone, and sold under the brand name Wellbutrin. Okay. Where? Well, Wellbutrin was my jam too. What's up, Salvage? Oh yeah, I hated Wellbutrin, but that was like 15 years ago. Is Wellbutrin the one that is used to help you quit cigarettes? Or am I mixing that up with a different one? It is? Okay. I swear medicine names are made to be unpronounceable. Yeah. Well, let's fucking get into it, chat. Let's get into it. Let's get fucking the show on the motherfucking road. Get the music popping. Get the CRT jumping. Gotta adjust it depending on what's on screen, because if there's like too much greens in it, obviously like it disappears because of the green screen. Escitalopram in the house. Yeah, escitalopram enjoyer here. Also, my fucking insurance doesn't cover the Adderall that my dude, I'm so poor people's insurance is awfully expensive I guess that's how that works, though. Like, they cover less because it costs less. I guess that's how that works. But fuck, man. It is so expensive being poor. I use GoodRx discounts. I need to start doing that. I need to start. Even my doctor was like, you need to hit this up. But I also like really enjoy my the people at my pharmacy. It's like a small pharmacy. I love like if I have like a small not, you know, chain place that has like cool people, I like to make sure I go there. You know what I mean? Make that like my place that I go to. They probably still take GoodRx. I feel like GoodRx is only usually like major chains, but I don't know. Maybe I could be wrong. Nevada Medicaid is the shit. All of those gambling tax income, I guess. Let's go. Let's go. I'm on that California insurance, that covered California insurance, for the poors. I mean, I'm glad it exists. You know, I'm glad I at least have this. But also, like, man, it's crazy that like the Adderall isn't fucking covered. Like, really? So I mean, for a 15-day supply, it was $22, which is pretty expensive. Like, if that means for 15 days, if it's double that for 30 days for a month, that's almost $50, dude, every month. Did you get generic? Yeah, shit's generic. I think there is a different generic. I think what they were telling me at the pharmacy though is that they have a different generic that costs less. So I don't know. Hopefully they can get that in stock, I guess. I don't fucking know. Sucks. Fucking sucks. And also my insurance stopped covering all of my estrogen. Only half of it. So I have to get it, instead of monthly, I have to go twice a month to get half my prescription so that it's covered. Otherwise, if I want the whole month, I have to pay for half of it out of pocket, which is like not that, like, instead it's like not that expensive, but when you add it all up, you know, it gets very expensive, like especially on top of the other prescriptions. And I'm, you know, probably going to be getting more prescribed. I'm looking to get back on Humira, which I got off of because it was expensive. God damn it. Anyway, like, it went from like it being $8 for a whole month to being $20 for a half a month. So it's like about the same as the Adderall. It's fucking insane. So like those two together, my estrogen and now Adderall, for a month supply of both of those, it's gonna cost me $100, just under $100, and then that's not including my Lexapro and then potentially Humira when I'm able to get back on it. Fuck. Fuck, dude. Humira has a program to afford. Yeah, I hear that they have like a mail-in rebate. Is rebate the right word? I've heard there's a program. I buy overseas. It takes a long time to ship, but it's so much cheaper. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Can you do that even if because I feel like the way that would make, what would make that preferable, what would make that, you know, a good choice for me it would be if I'm able to get big amounts, but I'm not able to do that. So I feel like, I don't know. Yeah, I can't do that with Adderall also, because now with Adderall I have to, every time I need a refill, I have to have an appointment with my doctor. And my my psychiatrist, she had to do 3 different things. She had to use her phone to to do a facial recognition scan, a facial recognition, and enter a code to make another there was 3 different authorization things that she had to do in order to approve my Adderall. It was holy shit. Oh my god, the copay for the doctor every other month is so annoying. Luckily for my poor people's insurance, the copay is only $5 bucks. So I guess my prescriptions being a little bit more expensive and my insurance not covering everything is maybe a little bit offset by that, but like I don't need to go into the doctor all the time. So is it really though? I'm not sure. Hey Tofu, get in the car. We're going to go steal some medicine for you. In all seriousness, have you looked into Mark Cuban? Yeah, Good RX. Yeah, I need to. Even my doctor was telling me like I need to start looking at it. But I don't know if my small pharmacy takes it though, and I like going to them because they're cool and nice and, you know, small business or whatever. But if it's that much cheaper, then I'll fucking go to a Walgreens or whatever, like a CVS or something. It's similar here in Scandinavia. The doc prescribing these kinds of medications get more work and scrutiny as a fuck you. I mean, I guess it makes sense because they're narcotics, or they're... Is that the right word? Narcotic? It's a controlled substance, so. They probably have their own like Good RX. Oh yeah, I'll just ask them. Yeah, sort of small pharma. Yeah, it's not Good RX. Oh, it's called costplusdrugs.com. It's legit as fuck. Oh, why did I think Good RX was Mark Cuban's thing? Yeah, they use the word narcotic. Oh, okay, cool. Also, what's up, Crazy Man? What's up, Andromeda? What's up, Folistan? What's up, Lucio? What's up, everybody? Dum 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 dum. What's up, High Def? I think narco refers to the drowsiness. Oh. Well, I don't know. Anyway, I guess we should get the show on the road. Maybe the Adderall is working. I do feel pretty engaged with chat right now, and you guys, I feel very
Beware of big ganja.
vulnerable to stun locks right now. Beware of big ganja. What's up, Joint Specialist? Thank you for 25 months. I really appreciate it. I'm locked in. Yeah. Thank you. Mark Cuban also has lower drug prices for specific drugs. Interesting. What's up, Forlorn? I keep like when you change your names, when you change your colors, it's very confusing. Like, who the fuck is this? Who are you, stranger? I also thought Cuban was Good RX, but apparently it's a totally different program. Yeah, what the fuck? Forlorn is Brat. Let's go. Speaking of Brat, has nothing to do with Brat besides the fact that it's music. But I have a couple music videos that I haven't seen. That one that is brand new, like 4 days old, and one that is 3 weeks old, but I haven't seen it. So we could check out some music videos, some brand new music videos. Then we'll do Daily Dose of Internet, and then we'll do some light news, and we'll get into the headlines. What do you fucking say? Let's start it off with this though. Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to the playlist. This is Black Cray, aka Sick Boy Rari, with a new track. Let's check it out. Hello. This is really low. Hello. Masked up like Jason, we slit shit. Official video.
Masked up like Jason, we slit shit. Dead faces and these demos can't fit. Like leave the house if you don't give a shit. I don't really care. This game ain't really fair. I'm like sometimes you feel like that life ain't fair. Keep your head up, shit ain't fair. Gotta keep your head up, we the third in here. I walked in with my team, we shining here.
I'm such a sucker for this. I love this. What's up, Crush Coop? Welcome in. Yo, Socialist On, thank you so much for 11 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, Triple C Sleeps, thank you for 26 months. Let's go. That's a hype train, baby. Thank you. Golden Kappa? Oh, shit. All right, chat. You want to start it off with the Golden Kappa train? Let's get that Golden Kappa. Piss face. That's right. Ooh. This little switch up right here. Yo, Durang Tank, thank you for I was about to say kissing. Thank you for gifting to Crush Dupe. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I might say something, be like, type shit.
Yo, Crush Dupe, thank you for paying it forward. Let's go. Thank you for gifting to Kuba the board. Let's go. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's get that fucking golden kappa, chat. That's cool. That mix is horrible, but that's kind of like the fucking, that's always kind of like been the aesthetic. So, I appreciate it. I fucks with it. This is crazy. What's this? It's channel 3. Yo, Texas Heathen. Thank you for 2
My
months.
wife's leaving me because I blew up our life savings on getting a penis extension. She said she can't take it any longer.
Shut the fuck up, dude. 4 and 6. Thank you for 3 months. So stupid. Yeah, we need to add that to the Fossabot dad joke. All right. Yo, wait, what the heck is happening? Crazy man, thank you so much.
VP nominee?
Tim Walz? I think Tim Walz is fucking awesome. What the heck? I think Tim Walz is great. I think he's great. Wonderful. We're gonna talk about Tim Walz today, actually. Yo, Triple Z, thank you so much for gifting to Radical Statical. Let's fucking go, dude. Yo, Forlorn, thank you for the 100 biddies. Let's go. Let's look at this music video from Spirit of the Beehive. It came out 3 weeks ago, but I haven't seen it. Yo, Crow Magnetron, thank you for gifting to Kate is Fire. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Looked like you.
Now he's swinging like Dixon. A general rap that's roll their own circumference over. This pretty place we used to keep. Someone's
get the kappa? Let's go. That was insane. That video was crazy. That video was crazy as fuck. Very fucking cool though. I love this band. I actually haven't heard that song yet.
Hello everyone, this is your
they have a
daily
bunch
dose
of new
internet.
chill. They have a bunch of new music out. But I don't know if I've heard all of it. Yeah, I don't think I've heard all of it. Or is even I don't know if the whole album is even out. Actually, hold on, we're gonna look into it real quick before we do a little daily dose. Before we get our daily dosage. Okay, Apple Music, you need to fucking let's hurry up. Let's go. Let's keep it moving here. Spirit of the Beehive. Hello. Dude, are we really having this much trouble? Is it just because I'm streaming? Come on. Chat, I need a new computer. Holy fuck. Lord. Lord have mercy. Spirit of the Beehive. I think only a single is out, if I'm not mistaken. There we go. Oh, wait. We got a record. We got a whole record. Their album artwork is always so fucking awesome. I'm pretty sure this band member here paints all of them. These are so good. Love this band. All right, Daily Dose, let's do it. Let's do it.
I'm not a doctor, but I don't think his arm is supposed to be doing this.
Give me an explanation, because I don't know what this is, but I've always been able to do it, and nobody else can. It's my arm just like...
What? What? Whoa! Oh, shit!
A few days ago, a whale body slammed this boat. The two people on the boat were unharmed, and they were both rescued.
Oh my god.
The whales. The whales. Oh my god. The humpbacks have joined the orcas, dude.
I can't see anything.
This live streamer was doing a food review.
I can't see anything.
This live streamer was doing a food review when this happened.
Somebody said 420. What's up?
Do you want to pay?
No.
Caramel?
I'm not homeless, miss.
Sorry.
It's okay, don't worry.
Oh.
This is a time lapse of the digestive system at work.
I mean, thank you. You know what I mean? That's like... It took me a second to realize what was happening there. It's like, yo, I mean, I'd just take it. Oh, thanks. Oh, fuck yeah. All right, thanks. Damn, that lady's so nice. I didn't even ask. What the fuck? She just gave me a bunch of money. What? Okay, that's fucking actually terrifying. Oh no. Okay, that was cute and funny. I thought they were gonna like throw up or some shit.
Thank you. Can you help me, Mom? Oh. Her period. She can you help her? Is she okay? She bent.
This boy asked his delivery driver to help his mom that was unconscious. The delivery driver checked on her, and paramedics showed up a few minutes later and saved her life. The mom has a rare syndrome that caused her heart rate to immediately drop.
Can you help my mom? I'm sorry, what? Dude, Oh my god.
Good morning.
Hey.
I think this pigeon is about to explode.
Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh! Oh! Would that be legal? Legit question, would that be legal? That's fucking crazy. You wild.
This YouTuber accidentally pranked the wrong person.
Извините, это черный! Спокойно! Пес такой! Ты душевный пес, извините!
Okay. These kind of YouTubers are, dude, this is such lazy content. You're so cringe. I'm sorry if you're just like running around doing shit like this. This is the kind of content you make in the year of our Lord 2024. Like, bro, you're cringe.
This YouTuber accidentally pranked the wrong person.
He's just like looking at him. He's just like, what the fuck is going on over there? He runs the fucking Oh shit.
So this is pretty awkward.
Laser
These people
guided.
are dine and dashers. They ordered food at a restaurant and left without paying. But they forgot their purse when they left, so they came back to go get it. So the restaurant refused to give it back to them. That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very
I don't want to like look at shit like that. I don't know. I don't want to look at shit like that.
soon. Later.
That's bad form. Okay, are we gonna? Okay, listen, you guys. Listen, if they're stealing food, that's bad form for getting your purse. Oh, okay. Got you. Not sure whose side I'm on. Like, they're stealing food, you guys. Like, do you think that they would be stealing food if they had a bunch of money? Like, you guys, come on. You know what I mean? But like, also, yeah, you know, if you can help not stealing from small businesses, you know, hey, you know, if there's in a video game, if you in Grand Theft Auto, you pull up to, you know, the Walmart in you know, whatever the Walmart version of the store is in fucking Grand Theft Auto, and there's a fucking mom and pop shop, you know what I mean? And you're like, I'm gonna steal something today. You should probably go to the, you know, go to the big Walmart store or whatever the fuck it is in Grand Theft Auto. But like, we're talking about food, you know, food. Let's look at some weird news. Look at this. Scientists say we saw a little bit about this yesterday, that they said yesterday that they hoped to find food. I'm thinking about food now. Water. But I guess they did find water. Scientists say they discovered liquid water here beneath the surface. They discovered a sandwich on Mars. It's the first time liquid water has been found on Mars. Whoa. And scientists say there could be enough to form vast oceans. The findings come from a new analysis of data from NASA's Mars Insight lander.
We know that Mars once had rivers, oceans, potential oceans and lakes on its surface. And one of the big questions was,
awesome. Can we send Elon to Mars? Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
The planet is now dry and cold.
I mean, before that ever happens, though, like before Elon ever steps foot on the surface of Mars, capitalism will step foot on the surface of Mars. You know what I'm saying? Like the water wars have entered the chat. The imminent water wars are now typing. What's up, Undead Logic? What's up, Bipedal? What's up, Rye Vision? What's up, Johnny Cornflake? What's up, Fragwits? Reservoirs of water are believed to be trapped in rocks 20 kilometers below ground. Scientists say if it can be extracted, it would make life on Mars more feasible.
You can mine it just like
definitely we will have bottled Mars water for like ridiculous amounts of money being sold on Earth before we have like a colony on Mars where people are living and like actually thriving. You know what I'm saying? Like, for sure.
Type of rock. And you could melt that to form drinking water for astronauts.
It's a bat manicure.
As well as to use the water to help form things like rocket fuel,
right.
so that the astronauts you send to Mars are able to come back to Earth again at some point.
Scientists say the water may hold the answer to whether life exists on Mars. Sweet. All right, and now the next thing I think it's next, right? Yeah. All right. The next thing I didn't want to talk about it yesterday, or we ended up we did talk about it, but it's like the big stun locker is talking about fucking goofy ass like Banksy and like street art and shit like that. But literally today, as I was making my playlist, every single outlet, I'm not joking, like everybody's talking about the Banksy. The Banksy pieces that were painted at the London Zoo. Like literally every single fucking news outlet is talking about it. I'm like, all right, dude. Well, I'll enter the discourse a little bit then. Let's look at this from Al Jazeera. Because I want to see like I didn't know it was at the London Zoo. I want to see what they say, like, you know, they say about like the subject matter or like whatever.
The latest work by Banksy depicts a gorilla releasing animals from captivity. It's painted on a shutter at London Zoo, an unexpected treat for visitors, including this family from Canada.
I think it means like animals kind of have as many rights as humans do, and they have the right to be set free as well.
Here, their mom was like, huh, oh, okay, deep. Damn, that's so deep. I never even thought about that. It's at the London Zoo, and it's like, an animal setting free other animals. That's so crazy. That's so deep. I would have never thought about that. My kid must be gifted and special. Wow.
It's the 9th addition to a series.
Which is funny to me because like if you were here, you heard my rant about street art and why I think it's cringe yesterday. But like, here's the perfect visual example of why street art is cringe over like, you know, as somebody who grew up heavily immersed in graffiti culture as a young tofu, you know what I mean? This sums it up for me.
To be set free as well.
Right here. So we have like,
it's the 9th.
We're at the London Zoo, and this is a piece from Banksy that is probably making a statement on like, you know, the concept of zoos, which zoos are fucked up unless they are sanctuaries, you know, like rehabilitative like sanctuaries. Zoos are very fucked up. But it's like, look at it. It's now surrounded by London Zoo like fencing to keep, you know, people away from literally their new exhibit. Like they're going to keep that. You know what I mean? Like that is now like people will literally sell chunks of wall that have been painted on by Banksy. That shit is now worth like a ton of money. Right? So it's like now the London Zoo has on display, like maybe they'll even charge for it, or maybe like, you know, like they'll make it a thing to go see it. Like, who knows? Maybe they'll sell merch. Like, I don't know. It's just like the perfect example of like why street art is so cringe to me, because it's just like instantly commodifiable rebellion. It's like it's capitalism doing its thing with like sticking it to the man. You know what I mean? Like now, like people who like this artist right here, probably he might not. I'm just putting this on this person, but like we talked about this yesterday. People might like, you know, the average person walks past like a tag on the wall. And like, I hate like the chicken scratch tags that I see on the wall that I can't read, that I don't understand. Like all the words, like I don't like just like the words that I see everywhere, all the letters. I like stuff that like has a meaning and is like beautiful and has colors and like whatever. Like people will scoff at like actual traditional graffiti while enjoying this and then maybe paying money to get like a t-shirt because they saw the Banksy's piece at the London Zoo that made such a profound statement about the concept of zoos. But here I am spending money at the motherfucking zoo. God, like, ugh.
Series revealed daily since last Monday by the elusive anonymous street artist.
Sorry to interrupt you. What does it mean to you? What do you make of it all?
It's been a bit like a safari this week. Got around all the different locations.
Yo, Mike D with the 30 motherfucking months. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Mike D. I hope you're good. Good to see you. How you doing?
It feels like sort of a safari in London, really.
Street art is by design ephemeral. No one expects works like these to be permanent, but some have lasted no more than hours. 3 men made off with the satellite dish bearing a howling wolf in Peckham, while so-called contractors dismantled the stretching cat hoarding in Cricklewood, and it wasn't long before the Charlton Rhino was defaced by graffiti.
What's really a big shame is that its original purpose will never be fulfilled. Like Banksy's artwork is created to catalyse conversation and...
You know what I'm saying? Like all these people, like they don't know what any of this is. They don't understand this. They think this is, you know, this is like immature. This is, you know, childish. It's criminal. You know, it's ugly. It's a stain. But like talk, you know, I think Banksy's, you know, was trying to say like, I'm gonna fucking throw up. I'm gonna fucking throw up. I'm gonna. Banksy is the well-spoken of graffiti is actually a really good way to put that. It's actually a really good way to put that. What the fuck, dude? It's so cringe. It's so absolutely cringe to me because of the air of superiority that it creates, and like the platform that it creates for like the average person who is outside of the culture of graffiti to look down upon traditional actual graffiti. It just hurts my soul. Hurts my soul.
Get people talking, bring people...
Like, look at this. Like, capitalism is just, it ruins everything. You know what I mean?
Together. It's meant to be really...
And nothing really no pun intended, really paints that picture for me, like the concept of street art being like high art.
So taking it as a crying shame, in my opinion.
Back to the zoo and a search for deeper meaning.
Banksy's work is what you make of it. That's the beauty of that. The message he sends is more of a question or bringing awareness rather than saying this is what it is or this is wrong and this is right. But I guess nobody could preempt the message.
No. Well, I guess...
He said nothing. He didn't say anything. He literally just said nothing. Hold on, run that back.
Back to the zoo and a search for deeper meaning.
Banksy's work is what you make of it. That's the beauty of that.
It's what you make of it. That's the beauty of it.
The sense is more of a question or bringing awareness.
The message is more of a question, bringing awareness.
Rather than saying this is what it is or this is wrong and this is right.
So it isn't anything. It is just what it is. Literally just art. It's subjective, like all art is. Like, thank you.
But I guess
thank you for your
no. Well, I guess
your art analysis.
Banksy, if you're watching, there's always a spot for you on Al Jazeera. You can come on.
Yo, come on Al Jazeera, fam.
Tell us what all of this means.
Yo, Banksy, come on Al Jazeera, fam. Come out to Qatar. You know, we'll have you on and we'll talk about it. You can tell us yourself what all of this stuff means, okay?
Quite a lot of people who want to know.
Yeah.
Okay?
Everybody's so eager to know. We'll pay you like big sums of money. It'll be great.
It's a big ask.
It's worth a shot.
Worth a shot,
you can
but
only
a big ask.
ask.
Yes. Okay.
If Banksy was intending to lift spirits, then it could hardly have come at a better time in the dog days of a British summer.
Yeah, what does the rhino painting on top of the car have to say, you know, what does that say about the far right racist riots and literal pogroms that are going on in the UK right now? Also, I heard a stat today: 39% of the people in the study. You know, I don't remember. I don't know how many people were involved in the study, but 39% of UK citizens think that there is some level of justification for attacking the homes of migrants. 39%. Whoa.
Are blighted by violence, tragedy, anger, and hate. These animals let loose and at play in the city are something to smile about, however long they survive. Jonah Hull, Al Jazeera, London.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from
I feel like Banksy would talk to you because your outfit is so cute. Think so?
Jazeera.
Thanks. All right. Next up, chat, we're going to get into the headlines. We're going to actually start the stream. Oh my God. Next up, chat, we're going to get into the headlines like we usually do. We're going to start it off with the top 5 stories you need to know today from Reuters. Then we're going to look at the PBS News Wrap. And then we are going to look at the Democracy Now!, aka Democracy, in a few minutes. Because first, before we look at the headlines, we must run to a quick ad break because it's been about an hour since our last ad break, or at least since we started the stream. Don't you worry, though, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when we run ads, we run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream, if you would like to support me, the streamer, and also in doing so, get access to really cool Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account, if you have one, to your Twitch account. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to, maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat, like Beam One Up or Christina Amazon, or whoever else. If you are one of those unsubbed friends in the chat, make sure to say hi, throw an emote in the chat, or if you're lurking, use the please gift me a sub redeem. That way somebody will see you and notice you and feel generous enough possibly to shoot you a gifty. We're just starting the night off at 4 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. If you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the stream, please do consider supporting in some way. That way we can continue to do this full time, and I can pay my motherfucking rent. You can also throw bits or a dono my way. Donos are cool because they go straight into my wallet, and I could even use it immediately to get some food for after stream or something, which would be very pog. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB.
This music is my first up, baby, and I must confess, I can profess, knowing that I won't get stressed, yes. With that love, I got the advantage, because deep lies the heart's language. Speaking to the rhythm and it's speaking in beats. Speaking to the music with the lyric deep. Sound is sweet and never will decay. If I feel like drifting other ways, I can do that if that's what I need. Flip the script and outpace the speed as we move on, as we move through. Twisted mystic vibes just for you. Check the fatness and the freshness. Vibe is live and direct express. This is my first up, baby, and I must confess, I can profess, knowing that I won't get stressed. Oh yes. As we move forward, as we progress, to increase the pleasure, ease and stress.
Nos bureaux sont fermés. Pour des renseignements enregistrés en anglais concernant la disponibilité de notre prochain vol Concorde, composez le 9. Pour des informations enregistrées en anglais sur les arrivées et les départs de nos vols de et vers les États-Unis, composez le 1. Pour des informations enregistrées en anglais sur nos tarifs promotionnels.
All right, we are back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for sitting through the ads. If you had to sit through the ads, thanks for doing that. I appreciate you. It's a good way to support the stream, even if you don't have any money to throw my way. But speaking of money being thrown my way, James DM, thank you for gifting to Beam One Up. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Lucio, thank you for gifting to Rennie Park. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Putting us at 6 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. Incredibly poggers. Thank ya. To put that poll in context, about a third support the anti-immigrant protests. In the July 4th, 2024 election in the UK, the Conservative and the Reform parties got a total of 38% of the vote. Word. Well, still not very pog. Not very pog. But let's get started. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Look at this fucking man. God, the conversation, the Twitter space. Can't even believe I was about to call it an X space. Like, was such a snooze fest. It was just like weird and awkward and a bunch of like glazing. Yeah, it was just weird. It was just really fucking strange. Trump was like slurring a little bit. It was, I mean, he probably just had his dentures out or some shit, but it was fucking weird. Fucking weird. Disrupting radio. What's up, Cinemarxism? What's up, Brett? God, he is gross. What do you mean? This is peak masculinity right here. He needs to continue to procreate so that he can spread his superior genes to save the human race and, you know, Western civilization. You don't understand. You don't understand. Okay, let's get into it. Top 5 stories you need to know today from Reuters, and then we're going to get into the news wrap from PBS, and then top US and world headlines from Democracy Now!, aka Democracy, in a few minutes. Let's go. Top 5 stories you need to know. Number 1. Donald Trump and Elon Musk have a friendly is one way to put that. I would say bordering on, you know, kind of gay, a little bit. Donald Trump and Elon Musk have a friendly 2-hour glaze session on Twitter after technical delays. Number 2. Okay. Oh, that car's so sick. Russia strikes back at Ukrainian forces in the Kursk region. Number 3. More Indian hospitals are disrupted by a doctor's protest against an alleged rape and murder case. Number 4. Mars subsurface harbors oceans of liquid water, a study shows. Talked about it already. Number 5. People leave New Zealand in record numbers as economy bites, government figures show. Okay. What? Damn. Any New Zealanders in the chat? Is this true? Where are they going? They going to Australia? Trump is old? He's very old. Very old. All right. Let's get into the news wrap from Pubis.
We start the day's other headlines in the Middle East. Iran has rejected a call from European leaders to refrain from retaliatory strikes.
Okay, I love this framing. They're so eager to just be like, oh, one, all we're doing, all of the media is just like spending every moment, like any second now, like we, look at this live cam. You know that guy? Does anybody know? He's on Twitter and on YouTube and on Twitch here. Fuck. He's like agenda free news or whatever. Okay, no shade. All right, no shade. But like, there's literally just a bunch of people literally just like sitting and staring. It reminds me of Ukraine. It reminds me of like when Russia initially invaded Ukraine a couple years ago. And literally everybody was just sitting and staring at like live feeds, like CCTV feeds, just like waiting for an explosion. Oh, did you see that? Was that a dust? Was that like a particle of dust in the fucking, in front of the camera? Or was it an explosion? Like, I don't know. Oh my God. We're all OSINT professionals now. We're all OSINT specialists. But yeah, it's like a bunch of that going on. One, and then two, here we are so eager to be like, oh, Iran turns down, calls for them to not retaliate. Motherfucker, did Israel not turn down calls to not like further escalate tensions in the region? Like, what are we talking? Did Israel not assassinate a world leader on Iranian soil? Did that not happen? Like, we're just like, we live in this like fantasy land where it's just like, oh my God, I can't believe Iran is like turning down requests to not retaliate after like how much shit that Israel has fucking thrown at them. Like, it's so ridiculous. I'm not like a stan of Iran, right? But it's like, you have to just be honest here. You have to be honest. Who's the aggressor in this situation? Right? Like, I have plenty of smoke for Iran, but right now, while there's a genocide happening in Gaza, yeah, I got way more smoke for Israel, because Israel is the one poking Iran, constantly going at it with everybody in the region. It's all Israel. But here we are, the media starting the day off with the fucking, Iran has turned down requests from world leaders to not retaliate. We just...
Israel calling it a, quote, excessive request. The region is
an excessive request. You're expecting a sovereign nation to not defend its sovereignty? Switch it out with any other nation, literally any other nation. You know what I mean? Preferably like somebody friendly to the United States or the West generally. Like, you would never put that on. You would never put that on Israel. You're certainly not putting that on Israel right now. Constantly invoking October 7th. You know what I mean? To this day. But how will Iran's retaliation affect the election cycle? I have no idea. How will Iran's retaliation affect the election cycle? I mean, I don't think it will. You'll see the classic. All you'll see in the event, all you'll see is bipartisanship. Democrats and Republicans doing reach arounds across the aisle to fucking, agree with each other that, yeah, we need to like go to war. We need to go to war with Iran. We should absolutely go to war with Iran. And while we're at it, let's just fuck with China a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's give China a little smoke too while we're over there.
For such an attack following the death last month of Hamas political leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran.
Like, that's the lead negotiator. and we're expected to believe the gas, like we're expected to like just shut up and take the gaslighting, to be like, actually Hamas has been souring the talks all along and getting in the way of any sort of progress all along. Actually, it's Hamas that doesn't want a ceasefire, that is preventing a ceasefire from going forward. Literally, we're talking about the lead negotiator being assassinated on another foreign sovereign nation, or another, not foreign, well, whatever, sovereign nation's soil. A world leader involved in those talks. And we're supposed to just accept that, like, oh yeah, it's Hamas and not Israel. And not Israel.
Which Iran blames on Israel. In Washington today, a State Department spokesperson said that, quote, no one benefits from any kind of retaliation, adding that all parties should exercise restraint.
All parties, huh?
Oops. Everyone in the region should understand that further attacks only perpetuate conflict, instability, and insecurity for everyone. And so what we're focused on is intensively on de-escalation through diplomacy.
In the meantime, the U.S. has approved the sale of $20 billion worth of arms to Israel, including fighter jets and advanced air.
Oh, but Kamala said ceasefire. Kamala said the word ceasefire, though. In the same week that 93 people were obliterated, shredded to fucking pieces by a bomb made by Boeing. And in that same week, also received $3.5 billion to be spent on American weapons. In the same week.
To-air missiles. But the weapons are not expected to get to Israel anytime soon, as they're tied up in contracts that can take years to fulfill.
And don't get it twisted. That will be used as the reason to be like, well, listen, I know that they, we agree that Israel is not doing enough on the ground to ensure that Palestinian civilians are not hurt in their strikes against terrorists in Hamas. So that's why, it's actually okay that we approved these weapons deals, because they're not actually going to get there right away. That's what they said about the order of the 500-pound bunker buster bombs. The 500-pound ones. They said, like, yeah, well, we delayed a shipment. And even if we didn't delay the shipment, they're not going to get there for a long time. So, like, we could have a ceasefire by then. You don't know.
Won control of another 15 square miles of Russian territory in just the past day. Ukraine now claims to control 74 communities in the Kursk region following last week's surprise incursion. But Russia says it's fighting back, releasing this unverified video of an alleged counteroffensive to stop Ukraine's advances. Ukraine's largest cross-border raid since the war began has forced tens of thousands of people to evacuate the area. In Kyiv, a foreign ministry official stressed that the goal of the operation is not occupation.
Unlike Russia, Ukraine does not need other people's property. Ukraine is not interested in taking the territory of the Kursk region.
He goes on to say that Ukraine's offensive is instead aimed at preventing Russia from carrying out long-range strikes launched from the Kursk region back into Ukraine. Tropical storm Ernesto lashed the northeast Caribbean today with heavy rain and wind.
Bro, can they get a break? Wasn't there just a hurricane? Wait, hold on. Am I tripping? Wait, hold on. List of... Is there like someplace I can find just like a list of the recent like hurricanes, tropical systems? Okay, here we go. 2024, more to come. Wait, 2021, bruh. Where the fuck you at? What wasn't there Beryl was last? Okay, but where was Beryl? Yeah, Caribbean. Bro. Climate change goes burr. It's, goes burr. This Kamala thing, Netanyahu is on her side. I can't really, I don't know if I can really like guess about what Kamala is thinking about Netanyahu right now. We need more from her. Like we need a I have a feeling that she's holding off on sit down interviews for a bit because of direct lines of question on Gaza, because she knows she will get a lot of direct lines of questioning on the topic, because that's the big story, that's the big subject right now, that's the thing to look at, because everything that you've been seeing lately, all of the momentum, all of the hype around Kamala and Tim Walz is because of all of the pressure from the progressive left. We talked about this at length yesterday, but like that was the result of constant pressure from the bottom up, and it finally made its way it finally made its way to the Hill, into the ears of like Nancy Pelosi and things like that. So why I'm saying that is that like there will definitely be direct lines of questioning on what she plans to do to differentiate a potential Harris Walz administration from a Biden Harris administration in the region, in Gaza and stuff. She has yet, besides very minor changes in very minor, pretty much like non-existent, I would say it's pretty much verbatim the same verbiage used by Joe Brandon previously about Gaza. Like we need more specifics about like what she thinks about Netanyahu. We need more specifics about what she thinks about the actual possibility of a two-state solution. We need more information there. So we're not getting that yet. Hopefully we do soon. But what we are getting is, messaging of a different kind. We saw, the shut up, I'm speaking, you know what I mean? If you want Trump to win, continue on, but otherwise I'm speaking right now. That happened, and then there was blowback, and then she changed her tone, and at the next rally she said, I'm all about a ceasefire, blah, 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 blah. But like I said, at the same time, in that very same like few days span, $3.5 billion was at the same time approved to be sent to Israel to be spent on American weapons. And at the same time, in that same little few day span, it was the strike on that school where there was prayers happening. Or was it a mosque? Whatever. I think it was a school that was like converted into like a mosque or whatever, where everybody was praying. And, American made bombs were used to just obliterate 100 people, like all in the same few day span. So like that's messaging. Like that is messaging, whether you like it or not. Like that's, if anything, it's a little bit stronger than your words, right? Like the word saying ceasefire really means nothing when you are approving weapons like defense deals. It means nothing.
Expected to head north of Puerto Rico, where officials have closed schools and activated the National Guard. Forecasters are warning of up to 8 inches of rain there, with possible flooding and landslides. Ernesto is the 5th named storm of this year's Atlantic hurricane season.
Wait, 5th? Dude, it's like, bro, that's a lot, right?
That's to gain hurricane strength early tomorrow, but is not currently on track to hit the southeastern
the turtle
U.S.
fin.
A grand jury in Ohio indicted police officer Connor Grubb today.
Eat shit, you fucking murderer fuck. Okay, you did not fear for your life. Okay, you didn't think that you were actually going to get run over by the car and die. You didn't think that. You just used your legal ability to use violence, and I hope it goes further than an indictment. It doesn't usually, You know what I mean? But I hope it goes further, and I hope they put you under the jail.
On charges including murder.
I'm a motherfucking abolitionist, but these motherfucking killer pigs need to be put beneath the jail.
In the death of a 21-year-old pregnant black woman. Grubb and another officer approached Takaya Young's car in a store parking lot last August after she was suspected of
shoplifting. Did she deserve to die? Did her child deserve to die? Her unborn child deserve to die? Where are all the pro-lifers at? What the fuck? Did the child deserve to die because she's poor and she was shoplifting? This is what I'm talking about. You think, like, you guys, people don't like just steal clothes, like shoplift or steal food, or like at like Dine and Dash and stuff like that we saw in that last video, that video earlier. If they have the money to not have to deal with the risk. Okay, like there's very few people that do it for the thrill, right? And that's maybe a mental health thing that needs a different kind of addressing. But like generally, did this pregnant woman deserve to die for stealing from a store? Did her unborn child deserve to die because her mother stole from a store?
The other officer ordered her to exit the car. Instead, Young rolled her vehicle forward and Grubb fired one bullet through the windshield.
You didn't fear for your life. Going forward at like 2-3 miles an hour, not even, okay? Like if it, like essentially like lifting your foot off of the brake and letting just letting it move forward and drive is like not gonna fucking kill you, you fucking pussy bitch. You piece of shit pussy fucking pig.
Shield hitting her in the chest and killing her. Young's unborn daughter also died.
Unproven accusation of stealing from the store? Well, I mean, there's also that, but let's say she did steal from the store. Let's say she stole like a fucking thousands of dollars worth of merchandise from the store. I don't give a fuck. Did she deserve to die? No. Like, but if that's the truth, then God, wow, even fucking worse, Ugh.
A former Kansas police chief who led a raid last year on a weekly newspaper has been charged with felony obstruction of justice.
Get fucked, dude. We're seeing, okay, I'm loving this. Can we get some more cop L's?
The single charge against Gideon Cody relates to accusations that he asked a business owner who was a potential witness to delete texts between them. Cody justified the raid on the Marion County Record by saying police were investigating whether the paper...
They raided this newspaper, and then like the 90-something-year-old like owner or some shit died the next day. Like, dude, there's like the footage of her talking shit to the cops while they're like raiding her home. Or I don't know if it was her home or if it was the whatever. But the old lady, like in her little walkers, like talking shit to the fucking cops, and she died the very next day. Don't get it twisted. Those fucking pigs killed her. Okay? You raided her the newspaper because they printed stuff that was critical of your department. What? You put that 95-year-old lady through hell, through stress, like heightened heart rate, I'm assuming, through like all that stress. You killed that lady. You fucking killed that lady. You should get like manslaughter.
Committed identity theft and illegally accessed information in reporting a story. It sparked national outrage as an assault on press freedom. Prosecutors later concluded no crime was ever committed by the paper's publisher or staff.
Of course not.
On Wall Street
the crime
today,
of journalism
stocks jumped after a report on average added more than 4.5%. The S&P 500 News Hour. Former President Trump raises the idea of taking a heavier hand with the traditionally independent Federal Reserve. A bipartisan effort.
Taking a heavy hand. Uh-oh. Project 2020 sounds kind of Project 2025-ish. Taking a heavier hand. Whoa. He's finna afuera that institution. That's crazy. All right, Democracy Now! Let's do it.
Welcome to Democracy Now!
DemocracyNow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
Israel's assault on the Gaza Strip continues with at least 32 more Palestinians killed in the past 24 hours, according to the Gaza Health Ministry. One overnight strike by Israel on a home in Khan Yunis killed 10 Palestinians, wounded several others. Another Israeli attack leveled a residential building in Gaza City, burying residents in their homes.
We heard the sound of an airstrike. We came to see what had happened, and we found that the Israeli military had hit the building. The building has civilians inside. He's my cousin, him and his wife and his child.
Chad, am I dropping frames right now? Has the quality been kind of shit all stream? I mean, I am dropping frames, but are you noticing it? I don't know why. Didn't notice. Been good on my end. Not noticing. All right.
Fortunately, we found their bodies in pieces, and we're still
I got here with
looking
something
for the child's head.
On Monday,
I'm watching on 360p. Let's go.
Person for Hamas's armed wing said one Israeli hostage was killed and 2 other women captives seriously wounded in 2 separate incidents in Gaza. Meanwhile, the United Nations Security Council is set to meet today in the wake of Saturday's devastating Israeli airstrike on a school and mosque in Gaza City that killed over 100 Palestinians.
I apologize. I said 93. Over 100 Palestinians. Okay, not 93. Over 100. Okay.
More on Israel's assault on Gaza and growing calls for a ceasefire later in the broadcast. Israel's far-right National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir said Jews should be permitted
But the IDF man said it was dozens. I mean, they also said that they got 19 Hamas operatives, but like some of the people whose identities that they released were not Hamas operatives, were like confirmed as like journalists and like different people. Israel lying? Well, that never happens.
A mosque as he stormed the religious compound in occupied East Jerusalem with up to 2,000 Israeli settlers earlier today. Under the current status quo, non-Muslims are allowed to visit the holy site but are not allowed to pray there. In the occupied West Bank, Israeli forces killed an 18-year-old Palestinian during overnight raids. Elsewhere, Israeli settlers raided the Palestinian village of Atwani in large numbers. Amidst the mounting death toll and destruction, the U.S. State Department says it'll resume funding to the Israeli military's Netzat Yehuda battalion after ending its probe into the ultra-Orthodox group. Despite acknowledging gross human rights violations against Palestinians, the U.S. State Department said the unit had done enough to improve their standing in recent months and decided not to impose sanctions.
They've been good, okay? Let them off easy on good behavior.
Among other things, Netzat Yehuda was involved in the gruesome murder of a 78-year-old...
They've barely raped any Palestinians in the last month. Okay, like, come on.
Palestinian-American citizen Omar Assad near Ramallah in 2022. In Burma, there are reports hundreds of Rohingya Muslims were killed, including children, in drone strikes last week in western Rakhine state. The attacks last Monday targeted members of the Rohingya community as they attempted to flee to Bangladesh via the Naf River. Others drowned while they tried to cross the river. Survivors and activists say the Arakan army was behind the assault, with the AA says the military junta, which overthrew the elected government in 2021, is to blame. A new report from Human Rights Watch finds both parties guilty of extrajudicial killings, unlawful recruitment for combat, and widespread arson against Rohingya, Rakhine, and other civilians in recent months. Russian President Vladimir Putin's promise to retaliate after Ukraine's military seized hundreds of square miles of Russian territory in a surprise offensive. On Monday, Putin accused the U.S. and its allies of waging war against Russia using Ukrainians and accused Ukraine's army of committing war crimes. The governor of Russia's Kursk region said the offensive had so far killed 12 civilians while displacing more than 120,000 others. Some evacuees said they barely escaped with their lives.
There was shelling. How do you call them? Shells. Shells were falling quite close, 3 meters from the house, and we were standing in the hallway like this. and we're appealing to God. Please don't let them hit the house. We have children sleeping here.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said the offensive is aimed at forcing Russia to negotiate for peace. He added, quote, Russia brought war to others, and now it is coming home, unquote. Zelensky's comments came after a meeting with a bipartisan delegation of U.S. senators in Kyiv.
God, that guy.
Republican Senator Lindsey Graham called Ukraine's surprise offensive
Dude.
bold, brilliant, and beautiful, while Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal urged President Biden to lift all restrictions on Ukraine's use of U.S.-made weapons.
We want to convey to the administration a message that it should provide more flexibility and authority to Ukraine in using the weapons that have been provided to strike deeper behind the lines that exist right now. There are limits and issues of permission. We hope to cut through them.
The International Committee of the Red Cross is calling for nations to respect.
Dude, if American weapons are gonna be used to like fucking strike deeper and deeper into Russia, you don't think that runs a risk of creating a larger conflict? You don't think that there's a huge risk of making this even worse than it already fucking is?
The Geneva Conventions as the group marked the 75th anniversary of their signing Monday. The Geneva Conventions established international legal...
Oh, yeah. 75th anniversary of the Geneva Convention. I actually should have done... I should have, before stream, went through and found all of the politicians who did like a tweet, you know what I mean? Tweeted something out about the 75th anniversary of the Geneva Convention. I'm actually curious to know everybody who said something about the Geneva Convention. I want to know if anybody in the State Department said anything about the Geneva Convention 75th anniversary. I want to know if, you know, like Matthew Miller, if fucking Tony Blinken, did somebody say something? Does anybody know? I genuinely am curious. Like, genuinely would like to know.
Standards for humanitarian treatment and protection of civilians in war. Mirjana Spoljaric, president of the ICRC, spoke Monday.
Geneva? Gee, never heard of her.
As I look at the destruction in Gaza, the relentless conflict in Ukraine, and the suffering in Sudan and elsewhere, I think, where are the leaders championing negotiations? Seize every chance to de-escalate. The faithful application of international humanitarian law can bolster peace initiatives.
A federal judge in Washington, D.C. has sentenced a California man to 20 years in prison for his role in the January 6, 2021 Capitol.
Yo, this dude definitely paddles out at Huntington Beach. For sure, this guy... Yo, this guy is the most average fucking Huntington Beach local. This dude you can find this man every day at the Huntington Beach Pier, flying an American flag. You know what I mean? In his wetsuit still. Oh.
Insurrection. Video shows David Nicholas Dempsey repeatedly struck Capitol police officers with a flagpole, metal crutch, and pepper spray as a mob of Trump supporters incited by the outgoing president tried to push their way past police barricades to stop the certification of Joe Biden's Electoral College victory. It's the second longest sentence handed down so far against a January 6th rioter. The FBI says it's investigating attempts by Iran to hack the campaigns of Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. The FBI's announcement came after a Trump campaign spokesperson claimed an Iranian cyber attack was to blame for the release of internal documents to
He should have just kept the ban. He should have just kept it on. You know, it's kind of cool. Makes him, it kind of like, it looks like it's almost giving like the, what's her name? The Korean shooter Olympics. It's almost giving this. Maybe not. This is much cooler. This is such a cool fucking photo. What's she looking at? Swag, 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 swag.
And other news outlets, including a so-called dirty laundry dossier on Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance. On Monday evening, Trump
That's pretty
returned
fucking
to the
fire,
social media platform.
by the way. Like all of the shit, like the Heritage Foundation Project 2025 stuff is so crazy. And like the videos anyway, they're so weird. And dude, have we seen anything specific off that dossier? The dirty laundry dossier? I'd like to see that dossier. I'd like to see like what the Trump campaign came up with as like, you know, possible like vulnerable points, you know?
X, formerly known as Twitter, for the first time since he was banned for inciting the January 6th Capitol insurrection. The live stream, hosted by ex-CEO Elon Musk, was delayed by 40 minutes due to technical malfunctions. Trump's return to X came after he rallied.
Has anybody gone like I've heard that there was like that staffers or that employees like anonymously at X, I hate calling it that, but like at X, said that there was no cyber attack. Like, but can't that be like verified? Like, can't people like externally like verify that? Was there any sort of like DDoS? Was there any sort of like, was there actually an attack? I don't think so. Because if I'm not mistaken, there were like other Twitter spaces and people were tweeting just fine, you know, while all of that was going on. I feel like everybody else would have been having a bad experience with X if that were the case. Yeah, forensics. There wasn't. It was just an overload of traffic. Yeah. The site that barely runs couldn't hand a huge publicized event. Wonder why. Can't X externally verify? Nice.
Thousands of supporters in Montana over the weekend.
If Comrade Walz and Comrade Harris
Dude, I love that.
November, the people.
Wait, I tried to. It took forever. I don't know if it ever went through. Am I logged in? My submissions. Did they approve this? I did this when it was relevant, but it's like, I don't know. It's like kind of like cringe now. I don't really care. Like, does this work? I don't think so. No, it doesn't. But I love this. I love this. I love the like calling them Comrade Walz, Comrade Harris is so that one hurts to hear, but like I love this waltzing into socialism. Yeah, he's so radical. I need Republicans and the GOP and just generally to focus on how radical Tim Walz is, because then they're gonna fucking spend all their time harping and chirping and babbling on and on and on and on about all of the progressive policies that Tim Walz has, you know, passed in Minnesota as governor. And that's going to force Kamala Harris and the rest of the Democrats and everybody who's campaigning for Kamala, you know, for Harris Walz, the Harris Walz ticket is going to have to also defend progressive policies. They're going to have to defend everything that Tim Walz has done. It's good. It's good. Thank you, GOP and Fox News and everybody, Donald Trump, everybody, for forcing the Overton window to start moving back to the left. You're doing this. Thanks, dumbass, like idiots.
Cheering will be the pink-haired Marxists, the looters, the perverts, the flag burners,
the pink-haired
Hamas
Marxists,
drug dealers, gun grabbers, and human traffickers.
Gun grabber. That's my new band name. Gun grabber.
Trump left Montana aboard a private jet after his Boeing 757 experienced a mechanical problem.
Broke people problems. Sounds like a broke person issue. What the fuck? What the fuck? Yo, the Trump plane. The Trump plane is in the shop right now? That's crazy, dude.
Later
Gun grabber
confirmed press
420.
reports that the Gulfstream jet was once owned by Jeffrey Epstein.
No way. No way. Did you know? I mean, it's probably because he knows a guy who knows a guy, and it's all like people in his pocket, you know, in his like address book, because he still uses like a little black book, right? Donald Trump, that is. And he's like, oh, I know a guy who like rents jets. You know what I mean? It's like, it just happens to be the guy who bought it off of his other old friend, Jeffrey Epstein. That's so funny, dude.
A spokesperson said the Trump campaign
there's only
had
either they didn't know, right? And they're like, oh, fuck, right? Now that the press is going to town with it, or like they did know and they didn't care. Which is a fun thought. Which is
no
fun.
idea the plane used to belong to the serial sexual predator. Trump was a longtime high-profile friend of Epstein, who previously flew aboard his private planes at least 7 times. In Greece, at least
But
one
he never
person
went to the island. Copium.
is dead. Thousands have been forced to evacuate their homes as firefighters battle wildfires around the capital, Athens. Survivors recall fleeing their homes as the flames approached.
My house, it was utterly destroyed. Even the walls fell down. There's nothing left. There's no morale, no courage. There's no money anymore. Everything was destroyed.
The Greek fires have been fanned by strong winds and record high temperatures following the hottest June and July ever recorded in Greece, which also logged its warmest winter on record this year.
Damn,
Yesterday
dude.
was also the
All
hottest
these records.
day in Europe. In Uganda, a massive landslide Friday at Kampala's Kitizi landfill has killed at least 22 people. The landslide, which buried people, livestock, and homes, came after weeks of heavy downpours. Rescue workers are continuing to
Climate
search the area as
change.
grieving
Chat.
family members.
You need to stop. By the way, you know what I mean? If you are using verbiage like, oh, like, you know, we need to prevent, if you're still talking about how we need to prevent the effects of climate change, I'm just going to point out to you like all of the mass like migration, all of the issues with refugees, all of the nationalism, the nationalist tendencies, far right nationalist tendencies, or like perspectives that are taking hold now, like anti-immigration perspectives, like constant fires, constant fucking tropical storms, hurricanes, mudslides, which are have to do with the, you know, precipitation and like temperatures and all of these things. It's all related. Are those raw papers? Yeah, or I think so. Yeah, raw classic.
Wait news of their loved ones.
What's climate
including this
change?
man who lost 2 grandsons in the disaster.
The other day, they recovered a motorcycle belonging to one of my grandsons from there. That is why we are convinced he is right there. That is where he used to stay. His neighbor was trying to get out his motorcycle when the mud started coming down. He ran and left the motorcycle behind. That is why he remembers that my grandson should be in this area. His brother, too, was retrieved from the same place last evening.
The Italian Coast Guard and the Spanish nonprofit Open Arms rescued 110 migrants at sea off the Italian island of Lampedusa on
Do you see
Monday.
what I'm talking about?
One
Like,
refugee died during
and
the
speaking
journey.
of Greece, like we've talked about, you know, at length about how like Greece, or not, it's not Greece immigration officials, but it's the what is the organization that does the border security for the EU? I fucking forgot the organization's name, but like kidnap Frontex. Okay. Kidnapping or like rounding up migrants and putting them onto motorless rafts and just like letting them float off, aka killing them. Beating them up in the night and fucking tying them up and like fuck, man.
This is rescue worker Esther Camp speaking after Monday's mission.
Once again, these operations make evident that it's necessary to have more operations and vessels that are willing to help these people.
This comes as a contested Italian plan to transfer tens of thousands of refugees to detention camps in Albania has been delayed. Rights advocates.
Dude, it's like fascism, chat. It's Italy, like the birthplace of fascism. It is so back, fam. Fascism is so back, chat. Like, you guys, this is what we've talked about for years and years, not like here, but like, we collectively have talked about for years and years. Like, this is how shit really fucking hits the fan, is all of the conflicts that arise out of lack of access to resources, all of the mass migrations of people, fleeing climate catastrophes and fleeing conflicts. And then, like I said, all of the rising nationalist, tendencies.
Kits have condemned the plan by far-right Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, which they have compared to the now-defunct agreement between the UK.
Was it Giorgia Meloni that was like related to Mussolini, or is it somebody else from Italy? Well, how do you spell her last name again? Meloni? Mussolini? Oh, I spelled it wrong, but... What links Meloni, Mussolini, and Mediterranean refugee deaths? Well, this is relevant, actually, from a year ago. Sometime in the mid-1990s, a half-Italian cousin of mine who resided in a real live castle outside of Florence took a break from majestic existence to visit Texas, where my family and I were then living. I must have been 14. Okay, what the fuck are we doing here? All right, I just want the TLDR. I just want the TLDR. She's his granddaughter. Okay, there you go. She's his granddaughter. Amazing stuff. I'll have to check this article out, though, another time. Let's get back to this.
And Randy Keeler, the anti-war activist whose speech inspired whistleblower Daniel Ellsberg to release the Pentagon Papers, has died at the age of 80. Randy Keeler was a self-proclaimed war tax resistor who refused to pay federal income taxes beginning with the Vietnam War, during which he was jailed for draft resistance for 22 months. He was also in jail for some 3 months in 1992 for refusing to pay some federal income tax. In 1989, the IRS...
He said, "Don't tread on me. Taxation is theftation."
...seized the house he shared with his wife, Betsy Corner. Speaking to Democracy Now! On Tax Day in 1998, Randy Keeler said he and his family instead paid...
98, dude. Put some fucking respect on Amy Goodman's motherfucking name, dude.
...of U.S. wars abroad, and also to groups serving hungry and unhoused people in their community in Western Massachusetts.
Glad you're back. We missed you. What's up, Leslie? Glad to be back. Good to see you.
Nuclear weapons, weapons of mass destruction, weapons of genocide. And also we've drawn the line at the creation of a massive so-called conventional arsenal.
Well, that was a different politician?
In dominating and in invading and overpowering and destroying people and nations around the world that oppose U.S. policies.
Peace activist Randy Keeler speaking to Democracy Now! In 1998. He's died at the age of 80. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!,
democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman, bitch. Bitch, I'm Amy Goodman. Bitch, I feel like Amy. Okay, we have 10 minutes until the ads are upon us. Do we run them now? No, let's, because it's already one. Holy. Let's do this quick story that I thought was random as fuck, but interesting. Okay, I put it in the title. Let's just run this story real quick before the ads hit us. Gun linked to infamous Christopher Dorner found at alleged crime tourist Los Angeles Airbnb. Okay, what is a crime tourist? What the fuck is a crime tourist? And how the fuck did they have Christopher Dorner's gun? Like, I assume we're gonna find out, but holy shit. Is Christopher Dorner back, chat? Let's check it out. What's up, Joe? Oh my God. From beyond the grave.
Right now at 6, federal agents arresting 2 men accused of robbing a $1 million watch off a man on Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills. Good evening. You're watching KKL News at 6
Okay.
on CBS Los Angeles.
So initially, they were of interest to the police because they robbed somebody for their watch.
And let's bring in KCAL assignment editor Mike Rogers at the desk now. Mike, this story has a very strange twist to it.
It does have a very strange twist to it, Pat. And just a few moments ago, I was able to interview an assistant U.S. attorney with the Department of Justice who is prosecuting this case. I want to show you some pictures that were laid out in the criminal complaint here. This is all caught on Beverly Hills closed-circuit cameras. Now, they allege that on August 5th,
Beverly Hills
2 men
right
robbed
there.
a person of a $30,000 watch in the city of Beverly Hills. 2 days later, they accused that person, those 2 people, of then robbing a $1 million watch off of 2 people who were sitting at a diner.
You have a $1 million watch? I just need, like, a cool $1,000 would turn my life around. Like, a cool extra $1,000. You know what I mean? If I, like, was walking down the street and found it $1,000 on the ground, like, it would, like, my life would get, like exponentially better, like, instantly. And motherfuckers have, like, $1 million on their wrist. It makes me feel, like, weak. I feel like, not like physically. I feel like, you what?
At the Beverly Wilshire Hotel. Now, this is the picture of the 2 suspects. That is a still photo of...
Like 30,000, okay, $1 million is, like, even 30,000, even the 30K watch that they robbed, like, having 30K on your fucking wrist, bro, that's more than I make a year. You have that on your wrist?
Security video, and this next photo that you'll see is the seats that they were also recovered. It is connected to Christopher Dorner. Now,
is it a sign that Christopher Dorner actually isn't dead, chat? It's a sign. Here's my, in my headcanon, Christopher Dorner is still alive somewhere, right? And this is the connection to him.
you remember Christopher Dorner was the ex-LAPD officer that went on a shooting rampage several years ago, ultimately setting his cabin on fire in the woods after a long shootout with law enforcement.
That was such an insane thing. Bro, they went to, like, the cops ended up shooting at a random 2 old ladies in Torrance. Classic Torrance PD shit. But they started shooting. They let me find a picture of the car. Let's see, Dorner. No charges for LAPD officers who shot newspaper delivery women during Dorner manhunt. Bro, there it is. Bro, they fucking pumped that shit full of lead, bro. They just, they emptied clips into that truck. They emptied clips into it, dude. 8 Los Angeles police officers. 8 Los Angeles police officers who mistakenly opened fire on Los Angeles Times newspaper delivery women thinking they were rogue ex-cop Christopher Dorner. Yeah? It sounds to me like you didn't actually check. Here's how I know you didn't actually see who was inside the car and you only saw the car. Because, like, Christopher Dorner, there's Christopher Dorner, right? Ex-military, ex-LAPD, big buff guy, like, and then there's 2 elderly women. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they don't look alike. Like, they don't look alike at all. You literally just open fire on a blue truck. Like, you just saw a blue truck and you were so scared that you're like, oh my God, and you started shooting. Bro. Will not be criminally charged. The LA County District Attorney's Office announced Wednesday the officers opened fire in the pre-dawn hours of February 7, 2013 as Maggie Carranza and her mother, Emma Hernandez, dude, were slowly cruising through a Torrance neighborhood in a pickup truck delivering papers. Law enforcement officers around the region were on edge they were all freaking out, dude. They were all so scared. Oh, boo boo. Their job actually like became sort of dangerous for a moment. You know what I mean? For a brief moment in time, there was like like California police were scared, you know? They actually had a reason to like fear for their life, and it could be anywhere at any time. It could be anywhere in Southern California. It could be in Torrance. It could be, I don't know. It could be anywhere. Oh my God. Crazy. Look at that, dude. Anyway, let's get back to it.
Enforcement. We covered it. This is video from back then. The DOJ alleges the gun that these 2 used in this Beverly Hills robbery was registered to Christopher Dorner. Now, exactly how they got possession of that gun is still unclear. In my interview with the Department of Justice, which you'll hear in the coming newscast,
like how? What it was like? It's registered to Christopher Dorner. How? Like, dude, what?
They were just as surprised as anybody to find out that that gun was registered to Dorner. Now, Pat, you and I talked about this. It was kind of understood after that incident that
so
Dorner
crazy.
and all of his weapons that he had kind of went up in fire in that cabin up in Big Bear. So it's.
I mean, do you think he had all his guns with him? That man definitely had more shit that he had at home, you know? Like,
clear exactly where this gun was, if it was taken from taken from Dorner's possession prior to the incident where he had that shootout with law enforcement, or where exactly it came from. The Department of Justice says they will work now.
Yo, little bear, thank you for 13 months. Thank you.
Holy shit, it's a soy girl.
That's me. It's me. What's up, little bear? Hope you're good. Yo, what the 300 and what with the 1,000 biddies? What's up, girl? How you doing? I'm okay. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the 1,000 biddies. Holy, thank you.
The weapon to figure out how long it's been gone, how many different hands it's been through. Meanwhile, Pat, the 2 defendants that were taken into custody, one of them had
like I need to know. Did they know that it was Chris Dorner's gun? Did they know? Like, because also, like, why do they say crime tourist, alleged crime tourist? Like, what is a crime tourist? Like somebody who comes to a place to do crime? Or like, when I hear crime tourist, my thought initially was like, if it's a crime tourist and they had Christopher Dorner's gun, maybe they were like doing tourism of famous crime scenes, and they were just so like, they're such a true crime girly that they just like, you know, they saw value in purchasing the weapon of, you know, the late Christopher Dorner. That's where my mind was. I was like, I thought that's what they meant by crime tourist. Dude, that's crazy.
appearance. Both of them are supposed to be, or alleged to be, these South American tourism burglars that come to the United States, hit various cities,
that's what
and
it is.
allegedly rob places and people. The DOJ believes they are connected to robberies in other states as well.
Okay, but so they're foreign nationals here in Los Angeles, which
Oh, buddy, CBS LA, K-Cal fucking going straight to the fucking reactionary talking point. Oh, but they're, so you mean to tell me that they're foreigners? Oh, okay, so immigrants, you said, right? Violent immigrants. They come here to do crimes, you say.
more interesting how they got home.
Start wringing your hands, start fucking freaking out, salivating.
For Dorner's gun.
Right,
Or a
and
gun that was registered to him.
Exactly, and the
Wow.
DOJ says because they just got these suspects, they really haven't been able to do a ton of legwork on the gun, but they are certainly now going to go back and try to figure out where it came from and if it's been used in any other crimes.
All right, good work, Mike, and keep us posted.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will definitely be following that story. I'll definitely. Is there anything else? Is that the gun? Look at this picture, bro. Caption this. Should this be our feels good, man? Should this be feels Dorner, man? What do we think? Or Dorner W? Dorner W or feels Dorner, man? Yeah, real American hero. This one goes out to real American hero Christopher Dorner. Christopher motherfucking Dorner. I want to know if they know anything about the gun. Right now, all we know is that the gun was registered to Christopher Dorner, McCabe said. We are still investigating how the gun came into their possession, how long they've been in the country, and what other robberies they may have committed. Okay, all jokes aside, the fact that it is tied to Christopher Dorner's name, and also we're in election season, and also, like, you know, Democrats and Republicans are in fucking lockstep about border policy, fucking apparently. I fear that this makes it to national news. I fear that this might make it to national news, and I'm not doing this I'm helping with that kind of right now, but like, I don't want this is gonna be like a talking point. You know what I mean? Like, oh, because did you hear how that K-Cal fucking whatever the fuck commentator was like, oh, but they were foreign. Oh, but they're not from here? Oh, so they were foreigners. Oh. What's this? Me singing both parts of the Save me! I can't wake up! Wake me up inside! I can't wake up! Let me up! Save me! Anyway. Feels Dorner, man. Feels Dorner, man. Platforming Dorner. Please fucking cancel me. Please, can we fake cancel me online? Like, can we actually make fake accounts and try to cancel me? Like with fake accounts, you know what I mean? For platforming Dorner, it would be such a cool reason to get to like go viral. Like, you know what I mean? It would be so cool to be covered by Dexerto. Oh, fuck. Anarchist streamer fucking praises cop killer. You know, that would be fucking sick. I would go crazy on left Twitter, you know what I'm saying? I should have bought this shirt last time I saw AC/DC. Fuck yeah. Oh, where'd it go? Dude, it's going for low. $262, chat. For just a measly $262, you too can be a part of the anti-cop Dorner crew. Make Dorner your thumbnail for a stream. Oh, God. The CEO of this website follows me here. The CEO of this website follows me. Ah! That jump scare. Anyway. All right, chat. Next up, we're going to talk about Tim Walz being in my city. Tim Walz was in LA. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about Ilhan Omar beating her AIPAC-funded opponent, but not only beating her AIPAC-funded opponent, beating them handedly. W Ilhan Omar. We'll talk about the UAW and their thoughts on the election. We'll talk about Starbucks CEO stepping down, and then the old CEO of Chipotle stepping in to Starbucks as the CEO of Starbucks, I guess. And as if the former CEO of Starbucks wasn't already like union buster enough. You know what I mean? Union busting pilled enough. Chipotle, the former Chipotle CEO is also not very fond of labor and unions. And then we'll talk about Samsung's union also going striking again over pay. W. We'll talk about Venezuela. We'll talk about Vuvuzela. We'll talk about the Middle East bracing for wider conflicts. We'll talk about more specifically stuff around Gaza, Putin meeting Mahmoud Abbas, and much more, chat. And much more. Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to this playlist. Oh, also, we're going to pick up where we left off yesterday. We're going to actually read this article that we didn't get to read yesterday from The Nation. What is policing for? What is policing for? What is it for? What is this even? What even is this for? Good question. We didn't get to read it yesterday, so I'd like to read it today. I'll try to find a good spot to put it. I'm just going to keep this here. I'm just going to keep that in my tab so that keeps surprising me randomly. All right, but first, before we continue on, we must run an ad break because it's been about an hour since our last ad break, chat. Don't you worry, though, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream, if you would like to support me, the streamer, and also in doing so, get access to really cool Tofu Ghost emotes and an ad-free viewing experience, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account, if you have one, to your Twitch account. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to, maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat like Sweet Agony or Trans Women or Undead Logic. That way they can also enjoy the Tofu Ghost emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of the community. You can also throw bits or a dono my way. Donos are cool because they go straight into my wallet and I could use it immediately if I wanted to, which is very pog. Yo, more talk.
Like this, see?
Like that. Exactly like that. 27 months. Thank you so much, Mortog. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Very, very kind of you. Hope you're well. Thanks for being a part of the community for so long. Thank you. We're at 6 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. Chat, if you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the stream, please do consider supporting in some way. That way we can continue to do this full time. Yo, Brett with the 300 biddies. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. All right, we're back. We're back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for hanging in there. If you had to sit through some ads, thanks for doing that. I appreciate you. It's a good way to help out the stream, even if you don't have any money to throw my way. But speaking of money being thrown my way, Mixed Secular, thank you for the gifty to Undead Logic. You love to see it. Thank you so much. Mortog, thank you for gifting to trans women. You love to see it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. All right. Let's get back into it. So I think next what we will do, before we talk about or look at Tim Walz speaking in LA, we'll read this article on the subject of policing. On the subject of policing, what is policing for? What is that even for? What is that even all about? What is that all about? What is that? I don't know. Let's check it out. Let's find out together. What is policing for from The Nation? Let's go. Sociologist Michael Sierra Arevalo's recent book explains how an obsession with violence has defined the police's purpose and worldview. In a working class neighborhood in a mid-sized northeastern town, a police officer is driving his cruiser down a darkened street when he passes a group of 6 Latino teenagers walking and talking together. "Look at these little shitheads," he mutters. He stops his car, throws it in reverse, and backs down the one-way street, unholstering his pistol and laying it in his lap. When he reaches the group, all of whom are boys, he rolls down his window and, keeping the pistol in his lap just out of sight, points it at them through the panel of his cruiser door. "What's up, guys?" the officer says. "What's up?" they reply. He questions them about how they're doing in school. They joke nervously about their grades. Eventually, without acknowledging their jokes, the officer ends the encounter. "All right, you guys stay out of trouble," he says, and then drives away, slowly reholstering his pistol. Damn. In the passenger seat, Michael Sierra Arevalo, a sociologist at the University of Texas at Austin, silently observes the interaction. Soon enough, the officer explains the unholstered gun. "They would have been able to shoot at us in a split second if they wanted," he says. "You have to be ready for that. Always have a plan of attack." This short but haunting exchange illustrates a central ethos of American law enforcement. As Sierra Arevalo argues in his new book, The Danger Imperative, Violence, Death, and the Soul of Policing. In quietly reaching for his firearm, the officer was indulging a now routine impulse. It may be irrational, given how rarely police are attacked. Big point right there. But policing as a profession is obsessed with violence and officer safety, a worldview that Sierra Arevalo calls the danger imperative. Within its ambit, the officer's actions make perfect sense. What does ambit mean? Ambit definition? The scope, extent, or bounds of something. Gotcha. So, I mean, think about like the image of that blue truck, right? That was being driven by 2 elderly ladies that worked for the Los Angeles Times, a mother and daughter who were delivering papers early in the morning, who got, their truck filled with fucking lead and riddled with bullet holes because they were in a blue truck. They looked nothing like Christopher Dorner. Those 2 old ladies looked nothing like Christopher Dorner. They didn't check. They just saw a blue truck and started pumping it full of lead. Like, this is that. That's what this is. Especially in a moment where they had police in Southern California had a brief little like moment in time where they had like genuine fear. When you went to work that day, you actually had it in the back of your mind that there's a ex-rogue, ex-military rogue ex-LAPD out there killing cops, and that next cop could be me. They actually felt like touchable for like a quick moment. You know what I mean? They were scared, and that's this fucking mentality. A focus on danger pervades police culture, from drills in the academy to self-defense tactics on the streets. Officers are taught from the start that the very people they are sworn to serve might harm them at any moment. Even if department policy states that they are never to draw a weapon unless an emergency arises, the philosophy of policing in America is to treat every interaction as a potential crisis. And despite the modern colorblind logic of the profession, police disproportionately use these tactics in poor communities of color, often causing harm. The danger imperative is policing's governing institutional frame, Sierra Arevalo writes. More simply, it's the soul of policing. The danger imperative studies several police departments around the country to catalog the often hidden mechanisms that animate police violence. Beyond that, Sierra Arevalo reveals how danger has become a useful focus for a reactionary social project. A vigilant police force is a necessary ingredient in protecting the interests of both capital and the state. I'm gonna read that again. A vigilant police force is a necessary ingredient in protecting the interests of both capital and the state. In an era when demands for racial and economic justice have reached a fever pitch, the book explains how a preoccupation with violence helps perpetuate a system of inequality. Where I'm at, I can get legal weed for $10 eighths. Cool. What? Oh, you guys are talking about weed in the chat. I was like, what? Okay. Good for you. Thanks for rubbing it in. Like, damn, bro. $10 eights? That's crazy. That's crazy. What's up, Gamer Lib? Welcome in. I don't think the Punisher just kills random cops. Wait, what? Dorner was the Punisher sticker that they all have plastered on their trucks. Oh, that's what you were responding to. Wait, well, I don't know. I actually never like watched or read any like comic books, like Punisher comic books specifically, or really any comic books at all. But isn't that the lore? Like he has like some kind of like chip on his shoulder, some kind of like it's like some kind of vengeance story, and he like is like hates cop. He kills a bunch of cops. Isn't that how that works? Not rubbing it in, just sharing info. No, I'm just playing with you, Gamer Lip. You're good. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Sorry, Convo, for when you were gone. All good. I was just confused. I was like, on God? On God? Do. Blunt time, spark 'em if you got 'em. All right. X-Men, Batman, Sonic the Hedgehog, the comic book Holy Trinity. Was Sonic the Hedgehog a comic book? The Punisher is not at all pro-cop. Well, I know that he's not at all pro-cop, but in like the story, or like in his story, doesn't he kill cops? I genuinely don't know. Yeah, originally. Mafia killed the Punisher's family. Some of the Mafia are cops. Got it. Okay. Gotcha. It was Michael Brown's death in Ferguson, Missouri, and the rise of the Black Lives Matter movement that convinced Sierra Arevalo that he should study cops. People filled the streets decrying long-standing patterns of police brutality. The police responded with tear gas, nightsticks, and arrests. To some pundits, policymakers, and police representatives, these confrontations amounted to a war on cops. it's so funny. It's like it's a kind of a classic position to take. No mention, right, of like the murder of Michael Brown in that, and like it having anything to do with the murder of Michael Brown. It was just like a war generally on cops because, woe is me, everybody hates us, even though we work so hard to keep you safe. When actually, in reality, police literally make you less safe. And they cost your city money in doing so. These confrontations amounted to a, quote, war on cops. The latest rhetorical front in a counter-revolutionary battle growing since the 1960s that targeted protesters as criminal enemies. When disturbed citizens ambushed and killed police officers in New York City and Dallas, it only served as further proof that the thin blue line between chaos and order was under attack. Never acknowledged by this same commentariat is that policing today is safer than ever. It's very fucking true. Very fucking true. It's not danger free, of course, but officers suffer a violent injury rate more than 16 times the national average for all jobs, but deaths in the line of duty have dropped by 75% in the last 50 years, and violence against police has not spiked since 2014. I'd also like to point out that like maybe violent injury rate. I guess violent injury would say specifically that it is like injury sustained from somebody attacking you. So maybe not. I was gonna say something that I'm taking back now. But either way, it is true that like despite this being the case, because I would like to also mention that we're talking about the United States, where like manufacturing has largely been shipped overseas. So many jobs are like hospitality industry, you know what I mean? Hospitality industry, or like desk jobs, like things like that. Work from home, like whatever. So like, yeah, any job that requires you to be physically doing things like out in the world, whether it's like a police officer or like, I don't know, even say a like a delivery person, a delivery person of any kind. Like, dude, holy shit. We just talked about like the two newspaper delivery people getting fucking shot up by the police. But yeah, like my point is like there are definitely jobs that are not police jobs that are much more dangerous, that are much more than 16 times, more dangerous than the national average for all jobs. You know what I mean? Like there's definitely other jobs demonstrably that are less safe, that are more dangerous, I should say, than being a police officer. But deaths in the line of duty have dropped by 75% in the last 50 years. And violence against police has not spiked since 2014. 2014, when was Chris Dorner? Was that 2012 or 2013? Was it 2014? I think it was. Fuck, dude, I forgot I did that. I already forgot that I did that. When did that happen again? 2013. Okay, so never mind. I'm gonna do that again. There you go. There you go, chat. Why then do police see threats all around them? Very, very good question. To understand this phenomenon, Sierra Arevalo spent 4 years from 2014 to 2018 observing 3 police departments in the Northeast, the Southwest, and the West. Pseudonymized? I know a pseudonym is, but like, would I say pseudonymized? Or not pseudonymized? It would be like pseudonymized, right? Or pseudon? Because I know what a pseudonym is. But is it pseudonymized? Yeah, it sounds too close to sodomize. Pseudonymized. Pseudonymized as Elmont, Sunshine, and West River. From the moment that officers joined the force, he found, they are bombarded with the message that the public is out to get them. In academy rooms, bedecked, that's a good word, bedecked, with military imagery, instructors screen grisly videos of officers murdered on the job. Reality-based scenarios suggest falsely that hidden guns are common during traffic stops. A prism? What the fuck is this? A prism simulation video in Sunshine teaches recruits when to, quote, neutralize an armed suspect and how to justify it despite the department's stated policies. Wait, what? And how to justify it despite department stated policy? You're telling me that there's training on how to break the rules, or at least there's training on loopholes and usage of said loopholes? Like, what am I? Awesome. Good stuff. This is great. This tough sounding tactical stuff far outweighs the instruction on diffusing potentially violent situations. Elmont, for example, devotes 170 hours to weapons training and just 10 to de-escalation techniques. Yeah, that sounds about right. The ruling message of police education, Sierra Arevalo writes, is that their work is defined by, quote, a constant fight for survival that must be won at all costs. At all costs. On the job, a barrage of information reiterates the lethal dangers of policing. Public memorials to fallen officers are ubiquitous. Elmont's headquarters displays plaques for each officer killed on duty going back to the 19th century. Bro, they are so dead. Like, nobody else remembers them but people who happen to read those plaques. People that are related to those cops don't even fucking think about them. They are like dead. Like, you know what I mean? They're like, it's like a few generations, like after like a few decades, right? Like, nobody remembers you, right? Nobody thinks about you unless you're like a famous person. You know what I mean? Like, you're dead. You're dead. You know? 19th century? Fuck off. Privately, officers possess a hidden world of cultural artifacts to commemorate the dead. Bracelets, tattoos, and personal shrines. Meanwhile, the daily functions of the department reinforce the sense of threat. Sierra Arevalo takes us into the lineup room where officers start their shift. There, the walls are plastered with warnings about volatile gang members and exotic weapons. Supervisors distribute hot sheets with information about violent crimes around the region. Never mind that these offenses represent a tiny fraction of any agency's thousands of routine calls for service. They take center stage in the police imagination. Occasionally, imagination is a key word there, and I'm glad that they're wording it like that, you know? Occasionally, actual violence strikes. When an unruly crowd in West River injures an officer during an illegal street race, her colleagues understand the incident as confirmation of the widespread danger to police across the country in the wake of BLM. This just goes to show how the climate is right now, one tells Sierra Arevalo. It's disturbing how violent and aggressive people are with officers, bro. Bro, please. The amount of times that I've had a gun pointed in my face by cops, you know what I mean? Like, for just nothing. You know what I mean? Like, I'm pulled over at a traffic stop and like, I'm like looking for my ID and my registration and stuff like that. Then I hear, you know, from outside of the window that I just rolled down to let me see your hands, and I look in the rear view and there's guns pointing at me. Like, that happens so often in LA. Like, man, The perception of the public as dangerous and unruly is not limited, of course, to police. It reaches the highest levels of the state, transcending the partisan divide of mainstream politics. Thus, every modern political elite, whatever their high-flown incantations in favor of police reform or law and order, must pay rhetorical tribute, yes, to the brave law enforcement officers who put their lives in harm's way so that the rest of us can stay safe. Yes, no matter which side you take on it, police reform or law and order, you still pay rhetorical tribute. Yep, always. The ruling class has always been incentivized to breed a fear of the other among police. It serves to protect their interests. Our political economy creates an underclass, and that underclass must be managed. Our political economy creates an underclass, and that underclass must be managed. A certain measure of indoctrination, it seems, is necessary to convince agents of the state transformed from ordinary citizens that they are righteous in repressing the least powerful among us and in doubling down when those disempowered take to the streets. Bogus? For police, the danger imperative is more than mere rhetoric. They are true believers, and it's stunning to see how their fear materializes in real-world behavior, particularly toward the urban poor. It's not that officers discuss these perceived threats in explicitly racial terms, Sierra Arevalo writes. No longer do Black and Latino super predators prowl our streets. Instead, police today justify violence in the race-neutral language of, quote, tactics and, quote, officer safety. But the fact remains that the police are disproportionately sent into communities of color. Because of historic racism, disinvestment, and abuse, these neighborhoods suffer the bulk of violent crime and therefore the brunt of police stops, arrests, and violence. In a wretched and unending cycle, police target a population that the state has largely abandoned. Thus, it is no wonder that police feel unsafe in the neighborhoods they patrol. The danger, I had a friend who, can I say this without like, yeah, no, this isn't, yeah. I didn't know, I was like, can I say this without doxing myself? But nah, of course I can, I'm fine. I had a friend who had a roommate who was a police officer, and they would tell me about how their roommate would talk about the area that I live in when they would come over to my place. And I guess they would like tell their roommate or whatever. And their cop roommate would always talk about like how like, that's crazy. I can't believe you go over there because it's like, it's so like violent and so dangerous over there. Like it's constantly like people being killed and like shot at over there. Cops are like, you know what I mean? That kind of thing. Like it's so like, I can't believe you go hang out over there. It's very, very violent and dangerous. And it's just like, dude, like children play outside on the streets like here. Like, what do you mean? Like people like tend to their garden in their front yard. People ride their bikes. People walk their dogs. Like, what are you talking about? But that's this in action. Can you link the article? Gotta leave, of course. That's that fear that's like ingrained every, like, oh, those places that's like, you gotta be, that's where you gotta take your, like that, like the story at the beginning of this article, you gotta take your holster out. You know what I mean? Unholster your gun, keep it on your lap when you're in an area like that. You know what I mean? Where it's just like, it's just where people fucking live. It's just where people live. People just live here. This is just like where families live. You know what I mean? Regular ass fucking people. Cops only see war zones instead of people having a place to live. There you go. I do have a question. I recently moved into an area like that. Is there a way not to stick out so much if I'm walking around past like 11? If you're thinking so hard, here's the thing. If you have to like think that you need, how do I act to not stick out? You are sticking out. If you are like nervous, you will show that you're nervous. I would question why you're nervous. Like, is it like, are you saying like you don't want to attract attention to like get like run up on or something? Or like, I don't know what you mean, like stick out. Non-city people think the city is scary. I mean, Los Angeles, the greater like Los Angeles, like county is all pretty city. It's not like rural at all. You know what I mean? It's like, I would even hardly call most of LA County to be, I would even have a hard time calling most of LA County like that suburban. There obviously is very suburban areas in LA County, but my point being that like this area is like, it's all pretty city. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like there's a very, LA is a very, as with most cities, it is very like clearly and obviously economically divided, and usually it's actually pretty easily represented by like the where the freeways are. Like the existence of the freeways has essentially been used as like literal like physical red lines, you know, redlining, but physical red lines that separate communities, you know, poor communities from, you know, other communities, like people of color from white communities, you know. But yeah, so like it's mostly just economic segregation, and not that it's like a city versus non-city thing, at least for like in this context of the story that I'm telling. Yeah, it's just like a misunderstanding. Like, oh, I would never go to that. There's a lot of people in LA have not been to every part of LA. Like if you grew up in like, you know, Santa Monica, or you grew up in Beverly Hills or something like that, you've definitely like there's a high chance that you've never been to like Huntington Park, or like, you know what I mean, you've never been to fucking Compton, you've never been to City of Industry, you've never been there. Why would you go there? If you grew up in Palos Verdes, you never even go down to Torrance or to Redondo Beach ever, unless you absolutely have to. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's economic segregation that like gives you this idea of the other, and then that is amplified like 1,000-fold when you're given a badge and a gun. You know what I mean? There's so much out there, so much like that around you. I just watched Huell Hauser for those experiences. Yeah, I just might be walking home late at night. Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, like if you are nervous, you will like show your nervousness. You know what I mean? I would say that it's kind of like a blood in the water type thing. If you act like you are, if you walk like you are supposed to be walking there, people will largely believe you and not even think twice about you being there. You know what I'm saying? But if you're walking around like, you know what I mean, like obviously nervous and like looking over your shoulder, people are gonna start staring at you funny. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck's up with this guy? But yeah. All right, let's finish this article. Thus, it is no wonder that police feel unsafe in the neighborhoods they patrol. The danger imperative documents the safety-enhancing tactics that officers routinely use and how they go maddeningly wrong. Particularly eye-popping is the concept of command presence, a demeanor and appearance taught in the academy that exudes authority and is meant to maintain control over a volatile public. In practice, this often looks like plain old disrespect. One Elmont officer regularly shouts at people who question him. At one point, he barges into a woman's apartment building when she asks whether he has a warrant, rather than simply explain that he's trying to return her neighbor's wallet. Jesus. Ironically, in behaving so rudely, other officers lethally, quote, neutralize whatever shreds of public trust, yes, they might otherwise enjoy, leading to more resentment and generating more danger. Real shit. In other scenarios, officers are simply not equipped to help, and the danger imperative causes them to perceive threats where none exist. When two Elmont officers respond to a family's call to assist with their son's mental health crisis, Sierra Arevalo observes a harrowing situation. After the man behaves erratically and tries to leave the room, officers fear that he could be retrieving a weapon. So they instantly go hands-on, wrestling him to the ground, pepper spraying him in the face, and handcuffing him before an ambulance arrives to take him away. His family is furious. Fucking pigs, his sister yells. The man who ends up being transported to the hospital for observation was in acute mental distress and did little wrong aside from putting up a futile resistance to the officer's rough treatment. These aggressive tactics are fairly commonplace, much more so than high-profile police killings. True. In 2018, officers pushed, grabbed, or struck 430,000 people nationwide. Okay, and that's just what is recorded. All right, that's why cops and police unions hate any sort of proposed legislation like that, which was recently approved in NYC, by the way. Actually, did it survive? I think it survived the veto by Eric Adams. I'm pretty sure it did. Somebody could fact check me on that. But it's why cops and police unions hate even the thought of a policy that forces police officers to record and document every single instance where they make contact with a citizen. Like even if they have a brief conversation, they have to document it. They have to document it and fill out the paperwork for that interaction, which is like incredibly based, because it will disincentivizes cops from making stops that they know are bullshit, right? Like if they're gonna have to like in detail describe their interactions every time they have an interaction, they'll think twice about those interactions and only interact with somebody if they absolutely have to, because it's going to take up more of their fucking time with fucking paperwork. But yeah, 2018 officers pushed, grabbed, or struck 430,000 people nationwide. By comparison, they fatally shot 990. Most police violence, Sierra Arevalo writes, is used to preemptively assert control over interactions or in response to passive, nonviolent resistance. What is policing for? Far from creating safety, in America, the profession has always been a means of asserting control. In its origin, policing as we know it today was created to put down slave revolts. During the civil rights era, police brutally suppressed peaceful marchers. And I mean, remember, we talked about, was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. We talked about how in LA, LA was the first city to have a special weapons and tactics unit, a SWAT team. And the first time that SWAT team was used was on the Black Panthers. I mean, the reason why we have the beginning of strict gun laws in California was because of the Black Panthers openly carrying firearms. What's this? New York City Council overrides. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so I was right. New York City Council overrides mayor's vetoes on legislation to support police transparency and ban solitary confinement. Yeah, based. Yep. Yep. Today, police remain the frontline force cracking down on demonstrations for racial and economic justice, like we're seeing in anti-genocide protests, for example. And the danger imperative remains a powerful tool in explaining away their actions. Just last year, when police shot and killed an unarmed activist opposing Atlanta's proposed Cop City training facility, rest in peace, Tortuga. Wait, is it Tortuga? Did I say it right? I think it's Tortuguita. They claimed self-defense and escaped repercussions. I mean, we still have there's still so many open questions around the murder of Tortuguita. We still have, there's nothing has been answered. No fucking body camera footage has been coughed up. Nothing. But these continued confrontations announce a new and durable public refusal, which actually, it's also worth stating that it is it is a commonly used tactic that was used that day that Tortuguita was killed, where they have multiple agencies involved in the same operation, and a lack of communication between these agencies that are all working together on this operation is most likely what led to possibly friendly fire, and thus the murder of Tortuguita, because of what all the available evidence does say. But I say that to because we're talking about how this article was explaining earlier about how the cops are given training on how to explain away use of violence despite department policy, or like using department policy to explain away your use of violence. That's just like one of those tactics to be able to like kind of like essentially just muddy the waters. And when you muddy the waters, it serves as just like a little extra CYA, you know what I mean? A little extra protection for the police, you know what I mean? Protection in regards to like possible like any accountability. Where did we leave off? But these continued confrontations announce a new and durable public refusal to accept the violence that police mete out. Something has changed in America, Toby Haslett wrote in N+1 in 2021, reflecting on the historic uprisings over the police murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis. The rebellion didn't just release a jet of fury, but lodged the riot without apology in the very rhythm of political life. Sierra Aravallo's conclusions are in part a product of that change. Having spent more than 1,000 hours watching officers invent threats where there were none, be it a homeless person in the park or a crowd of political protesters, and abuse their power, whether by handcuffing innocent motorists or tackling mentally ill patients, he recognizes the cultural and institutional limits of reform. That part. There are limits to reform, and you need to be honest with yourself about those limits. When talking about reform, you need to be open and honest about the limits of said reform. Yes, with yourself and with others. The book largely arrives at non-reformist solutions, ones that don't rely on the police to solve society's ills. Adding community-strengthening nonprofits can reduce murder and overall crime. They bolster police's ability to people's ability to set expectations for neighborhood safety. Environmental fixes like greening vacant lots can also cut violence. They remove signs of blight and physical opportunities to do harm. Expanded budgets for violence interrupters, mental health practitioners, and restorative justice programs can provide for community needs, all without resorting to the punitive policies that have filled America's prisons. Just as reformers have been afforded decades and billions of dollars, that fucking part, to realize halting change in police culture and operations. Sierra Aravallo writes, the same allowance should be given to those invested in providing for public well-being without policing and its attendant harms. Above all, this is what the public has been demanding: time and resources to create community safety on their own terms. Change can feel impossible, but the most dangerous thing we can do is to continue accepting policing as usual. Love that. Love that. Oh, and this is just, okay, yeah. Love that. Good read from The Nation by Michael Friedrich. Here's the link for you in the chat. All right. Oh my God. I closed out and this shit fucking every time it gives me a little startle. It gives me a little startle. And then subsequently a little chuckle. A little chuckle. All right, let's see. Where are we at now? Let's see. All right, do we have time to look at this? Yeah, we're gonna breeze through. Tim Walz being in LA and speaking in LA on his first solo run, I guess, campaigning. Then we're gonna talk about Ilhan Omar and her W in her re-election yesterday, and then we're gonna talk about union stuff. We have 20 minutes until the ads are upon us, so I think we have time. Let's look at this from fucking shitty ass KTLA 5. Tim Walz visits Southern California in first solo appearance.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz makes his first solo appearance in Los Angeles.
He attended a rally with members of one of the largest labor
What's up, little
unions in
Razzie?
the
Status reformatus semper reformandus. Reform must always accommodate the existence of that which is being reformed, the state. Damn. Okay.
country downtown and then went to work in Newport Beach to raise money for the Harris-Walz campaign. KTLA's Gene Kang
Newport
live
Beach.
from Newport Beach, where money was flowing tonight. Gene.
Money flowing? Like, Newport Beach is conservative as fuck. All right.
Hi, Micah and Cher. Yeah, this is a solo debut for Democratic VP hopeful Tim Walz. First time ever here in Southern California. As you mentioned, he was here to raise votes and big money. In fact, he was at a huge fundraiser here in Newport Beach in Orange County, and he emphasized the importance of these next 84 days.
And the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz.
Democratic VP nominee Tim Walz in downtown LA earlier today, addressing union workers. As Kamala Harris's running mate, he spoke to the 46th annual American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees International Convention. It was a message of unity.
Well, sisters and brothers in AFSCME, first and foremost, to each and every one of you, thank you for the privilege of being able to stand with you, because I know that AFSCME stands with the American workers.
A motorcade then took Walz to a Newport Beach fundraiser at the Balboa Bay Resort. Tickets priced between $1,000 to $100,000. Event co-host.
$100,000.
Attorney Wiley Aitken, a major backer for OC Democrats, says today's excitement, believe it or not, surpasses even President Barack Obama's visit in 2008.
Tim Walz surpassing Barack Obama, baby. Damn. Wow. Progressive policies are pretty popular, huh, Democrats, you fucking dumb fucking liberals.
Who's a Democrat, is going into Orange County, which is highly Republican. But he doesn't care because he thinks that he can raise a lot of money
in OC
and then raise support for the Democratic Party.
By chance, the fundraiser, located across the street from the Newport Harbor Republican Women Campaign headquarters, drawing criticism for Harris and Walz.
Right across the street from that? That's awesome. That's awesome.
Mine. He acts like he's an American, but you know, he pretends to be an American, but he's a socialist communist and he's going to lead to strife in our country. Well,
let's fucking go, dude. Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep doing that. Keep doing that. Fox News, she's been watching Fox News. Keep calling him Comrade Walz. Keep doing it. Keep bringing up about all the very far left policies that he enacted in his time as governor of Minnesota. Keep doing it. Keep forcing liberals from the Democratic Party to defend progressive policies like they literally never have before. Amazing stuff. Keep it up. Keep it up, dumbass. Also, oh my god, fucking Bizarro World fucking Jessica Burbank, but like 20 years older.
I think she's a joke. I did think she'd be the worst president in the history of our country. I don't know much about Walz. What I've heard, I'm not a fan.
The Republican Party of Orange County criticized.
What have you heard? Come on, tell me. I want to know.
His military record, allegations that he retired from the Minnesota National Guard before deployment to Iraq, and misrepresented his service. They say in the statement it is a slap in the face to Orange County veterans for Tim Walz to fundraise off stolen valor in a community with over one.
Suck a fucking dick, dude. The stolen valor shit's not gonna stick. It isn't sticking. You know what I mean? It's not sticking, but it's like it's not gonna continue to stick. But keep it up. Like I said, keep up the Comrade Walz shit. Keep up the fucking keep it up. Keep up the fucking waltzing into fucking socialism. Keep it up, dude, because you're gonna force the fucking dipshit liberals of the Democratic Party to continue to defend all of the progressive policies that Tim Walz enacted in his time as governor. We have literally the GOP and the fucking conservative media apparatus is responsible for knocking the Overton window in American politics back to the left. Like, for the first time in my entire life, the Overton window has shifted left instead of right. Holy fuck, dude. Holy fuck, dude. Yo, Carbon, thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome in. Shouts out, Carbon. Go follow. Carbon is very cool. He has a very, very cool radio. He has a very nice radio voice. Battles motherfuckers, conservatives specifically, in the marketplace of ideas on TikTok. I think he also does some like React content here on Twitch, but very cool. You guys should go follow. Welcome in, Carbon Says Raiders. I'm Tohu. We've never been here before. We talk about the news. We go over the daily news cycle every day. Right now, we're talking about Tim Walz being in my city in LA for his first solo appearance and his first time in California, I guess, too. And then next, we're going to talk about Ilhan Omar and her W. We're going to go to this more perfect union about how the UAW is feeling about the election. We're going to look at Starbucks CEO stepping down and the ex-Chipotle CEO stepping up. Who is apparently, if that is even possible, even more anti-union than the previous CEO of Starbucks, which is wonderful. We'll check that out. And then we're going to look at Samsung's main South Korea union to strike over pay again. They literally just got done striking. So if you'd like this playlist to see everything that we have covered earlier in the evening before you guys pulled up, and to see everything that we're going to watch for the rest of the evening, ! Watching in the chat. Oh yeah, we also talked about Christopher Dorner. He's right there. Let's get back into it.
100,000 veterans. He's lied his entire career that he served in combat in Afghanistan, when in truth, he's never stepped foot on the battlefield. When he was called to war, he left his unit to run for Congress. Then he lied again about his rank as Command Sergeant Major. So far, there has been no evidence that this is true.
Yeah.
Walz served as a Command Sergeant Major and officially retired at a lower rank due to incomplete courses.
Like, these things are all like recorded, right? Like, these are all like, there's records of these things. Like, they write these things down. Okay, what rank is this guy? What is his job here at the fucking military fucking branch that I serve in? I don't fucking know. I don't even remember what branch he served in. I mean, I'm not, you're not going to get any fucking like praise from me because of your service. Okay. Like that's not why I think Tim Walz is cool. All right. That's not why. But yeah.
During today's fundraiser, Walz said about President Trump, or the former President Donald Trump, that he is a threat to democracy. He also emphasized Harris's California roots and that she will be Madame President. We know this is the first of 5.
I'd like to see, he also like mentioned how he's going to be like, he would be the first union member to be in the White House, I believe.
Fundraisers in 5 states. He's heading over to Denver and Boston. As for former President Trump, he's scheduled to be in North Carolina tomorrow afternoon to talk about the economy.
What's
putting
wrong
life
with
here in
that?
Orange County
There's
cheaper.
nothing. That's an incredibly good thing. That's an incredibly base thing. You know what I mean? And a great way for us to fucking shift the conversation. You know what I mean? It's to shift the political Overton window in this godforsaken fucking, you know, shithole of a fucking country. You know, shift the Overton window back to the fucking left. We can finally, like, possibly, like, it gives me hope for the future. You know, we still have a lot of work to do with this administration, with, you know, this ticket with Kamala Harris, with demanding a ceasefire, with getting a ceasefire. You know what I mean? Like, with something concrete for the uncommitted voters. Like, because like I said, like, if Trump is, you know, if we're gonna make sure that Trump doesn't come back, right, for round 2, you not only need to win this election, but you need to sweep the election. And if you want to sweep the election, you need to stop doing the classic fucking liberal Democrat bullshit of you know, seeking to appease this imaginary middle of the road swing voter, and instead finally do something for the incredibly engaged voter base of progressives who would never ever vote for the Republican Party and could be convinced to vote for the Democratic Party, but usually end up sitting out a lot of elections because they're very disenfranchised. You know what I mean? You need to be looking at them. In Minnesota, Tim Walz's own state, there was a 19% uncommitted vote. If you want to sweep, you need that uncommitted vote. Same in Michigan. If you want to make sure you have Michigan, you need that uncommitted vote. You need that shit. Because we need to sweep the fucking floor with Donald Trump so that there's no fuckery. You know what I mean? No fucking bullshit about fucking stolen elections. Nothing. You can't say shit. You were fucking destroyed. You know what I mean? At the ballot box. CIA. But yeah, I don't know. Fuck. I started yapping. She does not have the authority to get a ceasefire at this point in time. Biden is in charge until she would be sworn in. We can't, how do I say this? Kamala Harris is the future of the Democratic Party. Kamala Harris is essentially the leader of the Democratic Party now, right? Like, essentially that is the case. When Joe Brandon decided he was gonna not seek re-election, and thank God for that, he effectively stood down as like the leader of the Democratic Party. You know what I mean? The head, the face of the party is effectively Kamala Harris, and in the future that will be officially the case. Kamala Harris has much more influence on that than you think. 1, 2, even if a ceasefire doesn't come before the election, you can do more, and you absolutely should do more, much more, than parrot the exact same talking points that Joe Biden has already been since October 7th. Like, we're hearing like very little stray away from the same exact talking points. Like, very minimal. Effectively the same exact position of the current administration. So like even if you're not able to do that right now with the current administration, you are in fact able to paint a more detailed, more specific picture of a better future for this country and for other countries involved in America's foreign policy. What's up, Mitch? Yeah, Carbon rated in. Reagan ended the Israel-Lebanon war with one call and edited it the next day. That's all it takes. True, 2-based. Username checks out. Username checks out. Supporting Israel was one of the most foundational U.S. foreign policies of both parties, and it's only just starting to change. Let's get it going. Let's go. Time to get that. You know, if that is true, let's do that now. Like, let's do that now. So, like, you're telling, like, you would win the election. You will win the election. You might have, like, which is definitely what establishment Dems are afraid of. You will have, like, AIPAC go against you, things like that. But look at Ilhan Omar, which we're about to talk about. Perfect fucking segue. God damn, that was a fucking beautiful segue. Look at Ilhan Omar. Proof that just because AIPAC is putting their finger on the scale or whatever, or putting their fucking millions and millions of dollars on the scale, doesn't mean that they're guaranteed to win. If you have popular policies, whoa, you will beat out the moneyed interests. Whoa. You just gotta have popular policies. Holy fuck, that's crazy. I know. Crazy concept. Let's talk about it, though. Huge W.
Polls closed 2 hours ago, and the results are rolling in.
We want to begin with tonight's marquee matchup. That's Ilhan Omar squaring off against challenger Don Samuels. It was, of course, a very close call in the last primary.
Nice.
But breaking within just the past 20 minutes, Ilhan Omar again winning the 5th district. Here are live images from her inside her voice.
% of the vote, bitch. Fuck you. Fuck you. All that AIPAC money for fucking nothing, you loser, you big dummy. You big dummy. Yo, Riverboat Jack, thank you so much for the raid. What's good? Big time W. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Shouts out Riverboat Jack. Also, did I shouted out Carbon earlier, right? I think so. Thank you so much for the raid. Go follow Riverboat Jack. Go follow Riverboat Jack. Very comfy lefty political streamer. Go follow. I'm Tofu. Never been here before. We talk about the news, going over the daily news cycle. And right now we are talking about Ilhan Omar winning her election. If you'd like to see what we've already covered this evening, !watching in the chat for a link to my YouTube playlist that has all the videos we'll be watching on stream. You'll have to rewind in the VOD for the articles that I have already read and shared in the chat. But yeah, let's start from the top.
Polls closed 2 hours ago, and the results are rolling in.
We want to begin with tonight's marquee matchup. That's Ilhan Omar squaring off against challenger Don Samuels. It was, of course, a very close call in the last primary, but breaking within just the past 20 minutes.
But lessons were learned, you know what I'm saying? Her last re-election, or her last re-election campaign, like, that was close. Her last election was close, for sure.
Ilhan Omar again winning the 5th district. Here are live images from her inside her boisterous watch party in South Minneapolis. She began her victory speech just a few minutes ago, so let's listen in.
We would not have been able to have the kind of success.
Click the link. What link?
We had, overcoming massive number of Republicans.
Make sure you watch this out of the video.
In our primary, egged on by every single Republican influencer across the country. That's right. Without the help of mayors.
Yo, take a look at that. All it takes is just being popular, having popular policies, and even though AIPAC throws millions of dollars at your fucking at your opponent, you can still fucking win. What a fucking concept. Yo, Enemy Charlie, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Welcome in. Hello. I was hanging out in there earlier. If you don't follow Enemy Charlie, go follow. Had a good stream? Good. Oh, you're playing Elden Ring? Hell yeah. Well, I'm glad you had a good stream. Welcome in. If you've never been here before, I'm Tofu. We talk about the news. We go over the daily news cycle every day. And then we do comfy shit after that. On weekends, we also do like music community content. But yeah, welcome in. Right now we're going over Ilhan Omar's W in her recent re-election, recent as in yesterday. But yeah, we'll start it over from the top. Yo, Forlorn, thank you for gifting to Charlie. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Polls closed 2 hours ago, and the results.
Oh, and if you would like to see everything that we've covered previously in the stream, and like to see everything that we will be covering for the rest of the evening, or just to get a link for all the YouTube videos we've been watching, !watching in the chat will get you that. If you rewind in the VOD, you can see you can get the article or the links for the articles that we've read on stream. Yeah, let's get into it.
So rolling in.
We want to begin with tonight's marquee matchup. That's Ilhan Omar squaring off against challenger Don Samuels. It was, of course, a very close call in the last primary, but breaking within just the past 20 minutes, Ilhan Omar again winning the 5th district. Here are live images from her inside her boisterous watch party in South Minneapolis. She began her victory speech just a few minutes ago, so let's listen in.
We would not have been able to have the kind of success that we had overcoming massive number of Republicans voting in our primary, egged on by every single Republican influencer across the country. Without the help of mayors like Terry Wiggins.
Terry.
We won Anoka County, you guys.
Last election, her last re-election, was very close. Very, very close. Not this one. AIPAC put fucking lots of money into Don Samuels, and she still completely fucking obliterated him. Let's go.
So thank you all. Enjoy this win because it's yours.
W Minnesota, man. Fuck. Minnesota is where it's at. What's up, chat?
That's Ilhan Omar live at her speech. Here's the moment her supporters realized that she had pulled off another win over Don Samuels. There were lots and cheers and hugs at that moment.
So, like, this goes into what I was saying earlier, right? Like,
Donald Trump's escape.
The Democratic Party has, you know, this is a pivotal moment, right? If that change is actually going to come, that you were saying, we were talking about in the chat about the change in policy, foreign policy, and specifically around Gaza. Now's the time to do it, and you can't give me that excuse that, like, oh well, think about all of the lobbyist money that will, just start flowing into Donald Trump's campaign against the Harris-Walz campaign. Listen, popular policies, and there was proof with Ilhan Omar, popular policies win despite, the efforts of moneyed interests, like every time. And Tim Walz polling better than Obama and polling better than Kamala Harris, like fucking obviously, and like it fucking better be a fucking wake up call for the fucking dipshit liberals who have pushed us to the very edge that we are teetering on, the edge of fascism that we are teetering on. Like, I hope they wake up and say, hey, maybe we shouldn't have done that to Bernie in 2016. Maybe, like, if we don't want to continuously slide to the right, we need to, give into what these progressives have been talking about. This huge, very politically active, but disenfranchised potential voter base that is very politically active and would never vote for a Republican. Never. But doesn't vote for Democrats because they're largely disenfranchised, because they largely don't vote at all, but could be convinced to vote if you had, if you champion policies like Tim Walz has, if you champion policies like Ilhan Omar has, Bernie Sanders. It's just like, wake the fuck up, you dipshits, or do the right thing and join the Republican Party. It's your destiny. You fucking liberals, embrace the conservative that you really are. Embrace it. Wear it as with honor. Just accept that you're a conservative if you're a liberal. Just accept it. Walz makes me so hopeful, and I'm so scared for what feels like the inevitable letdown. I mean, that's a completely valid. We are all suffering. We're all suffering from collective PTSD, like collective political PTSD. Like, truly, that active voter base to the left that liberals have just been completely ignoring, that everybody wants to pretend doesn't exist. That's why they're disenfranchised. Like, Enemy Charlie, me, a lot of you in the chat are those voters that I'm talking about. Those people that are progressive, would never vote for a fucking conservative, but don't vote for Democrats because they're the same as conservatives. Look how fucking popular Tim Walz is. And now you have the right going off about Comrade Walz, and now you have the Republicans, all they have is these talking points about how radical his policies were in his time as a governor, and which is going to, like I've said already multiple times throughout the stream, it's going to force Kamala Harris, force the liberals of the Democratic Party, you know what I mean, the more centrist folks on the Hill, to defend outwardly progressive policies because of Tim Walz. Tim Walz is forcing everybody on the Democratic Party, in the Democratic Party, to defend progressive policies that were largely shunned and shot down for fucking years, election after election after election. Look what happened to fucking Bernard Sanders. Okay, twice. But this is their reckoning. Here's your chance. Here's your redemption. Here's your chance at redemption. The Democratic Party could be the party of the working class again. Could be. You could take this opportunity to do that. And like I said, if you want to beat Donald Trump, you need to not only beat him, but you need to sweep the floor with him. And to sweep the floor with him, you need to activate that group of voters that I'm talking about. You need to stop tailoring your entire fucking message and your policy to this imaginary centrist swing voter, and remember that you have this progressive fucking voter base that would ensure that the Republicans never win another election ever again. You're seeing the Democratic Party reckon with this in real time. When has the Democratic Party ever made such politically advantageous decisions? Ever been so effective? When it's literally because of Tim Walz's past. It's literally because of that. Progressive policies that he championed in Minnesota. It's because of the progressives who were screaming Genocide Joe, who said that we are not going to vote for Genocide Joe. All that pressure that's coming from the progressive left forced Nancy Pelosi and the rest of the party establishment, to get Joe Biden to step down. And he did. They finally responded to pressure from the fucking left, and it was successful. And then they did Tim Walz, and look at how well that's doing. Holy shit. You could do a 3 for 3. You could do fucking 3 strikes. Trump is fucking out of here with more than the fucking bare minimum bullshit copy pasted from Joe Biden talking points about a ceasefire. We need more on that front. More on that front. More. Also, Tim Walz being a fucking rank and file union member, a teacher. Like, now's the time to finally be actually be the party of the working class, of the party of labor, the party of the unions. Now is the time. Fuck.
Scab. And, you know, I don't see,
On
Donald
that.
Trump's a scab. And, you know, I don't see how we should be putting a scab in the White House.
A lot has changed in the last month in the presidential campaign. So we came here to the UAW hall in Detroit where Vice President Harris is going to be visiting. We wanted to hear from the workers. How are they feeling about the campaign?
We are pumped up and excited. You know, labor supports those that support us, and we are pumped up and excited.
Energetic. We got the momentum. We came here to find out what are the top priorities for the auto workers here, what's on their mind, what do they think are the key issues that are going to swing this election.
The ballot box and the bread box, they go hand in hand. Cost of living, the wages that people are making in the working classes, all that ties in with each other.
Healthcare is the main thing, and healthcare for everybody.
We have to have
Yo! Ding, 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 ding. Yo, Auntie is spitting. Remember how in 2020, in the Democratic primary of 2020, not a single Democrat on the stage was there. The very, the furthest right on healthcare, like the furthest right policy on healthcare on the stage of the Democratic primary was a public option. It was public option to the right, and then all to the left, it was universal healthcare. It was single payer healthcare, Medicare for all. Everybody on the stage in 2020 was in agreement that there needs to be, at the very least, a public option. Yes, even Joseph R. fucking Brandon said that there should be a public option, should expand on the ACA and make a public option. But like, where are we at with that now? Like, it's completely left the conversation because the Overton window shifted so fucking far right after Joe Biden and everything that's been going on the past 4 years. Like, you need to listen to the unions. You need to listen to these people. You need to listen to the unions, and you need to listen to the young people.
Are making in the working classes, all that ties in with each other.
Healthcare is the main thing, and healthcare for everybody.
Yeah, Marty.
We have to have trade.
And he called for all unions. Sean Fain, the president of the UAW, called for all unions to align their contract dates, like the dates that their contracts would be up, with 2028, with a certain day, or actually no, just a year. I think it's just that year. Maybe it was like there was a more specific date, but with 2028 specifically or generally, that's also election year. That's like Sean Fain is. Was it May Day 2028? I mean, that would make sense, but I don't know. What's up, Clary?
Policies, we have to have economic policies that build up manufacturing.
I'm a one-issue voter. I vote for my pocket. What best is going to allow me to take care of my...
Most people are like this, by the way, which is why, like, when I talk about policing, I like to frame it in a way, like, for example, policing is something that I'm passionate about, right? Like, I like to frame my, my anti-police rhetoric in a way that like somebody like this guy would understand. Do you know that the LAPD has a fucking $3.1 billion budget, and that they over the past 3 years are responsible for like over $125 million in liability claims? And did you know that on top of the $3.1 billion fucking budget. There's also like special discretionary funds that they have access to, disproportionately more access to than other departments of the city, or like, what's the term? I guess departments, like departments, like whether it's like departments in regards to like Caltrans, or like road safety departments, like the pound, like the animal services, or like the street lights, or like the people who deal with all the street lights and all the electricity under the streets. All of those things lose out on access, don't have the same access. How many potholes did you hit on the way to work today? How many potholes have you hit on the way to and from work in the past week? Why isn't your local government fixing that? What the fuck? You mean the cops just got that much more money and they killed how many people this year? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I like to frame it in that way so that people like this can understand, because he's a one-issue voter. He votes with his pocket. Most people don't think about the collective in America. Most people are individualistic and think about like how I can take care of me and my own. And that's not a fault of their own. Like, that's just like they're a product of their material conditions. You know what I mean? That's the culture that they grew up in. And that's fine. I can tailor my message to that. I can tailor my message, and we need to tailor our message to that, because there are a ton of people who are in unions, which is like organizing labor is like a left thing. Like, there's nothing conservative about organizing, your workplace. Like, there's nothing conservative about that. That's like a leftist thing. Okay, like whether you are a leftist or not, like that is a left ideology. You know what I mean? That concept, right, of the worker organizing and having power, like whatever. But so many conservatives, so many hogs, so many MAGA freaks are rank and file union members, right? And they think like this, and they can understand that, like, the need for a union and the benefits of like this kind of collective action, to stand up to your corporate overlords and stuff. Like, you can sneak in straight up leftist propaganda by tailoring it to like where they're at. Like, I already know how I can talk to this guy. You know what I mean? Because he said himself, he's a one-issue voter. He votes with his pocket. I need to take care of myself and my family.
Family and have a secure retirement.
Yo, Yarn Dragon, thank you for the 3 months. Let's go. Thank you.
Here in Wisconsin, we just repealed Act 10. Teachers' unions can do things now.
Let's go. I don't know anything about Act 10, but if you say it's cool, let's go. We love teachers' unions. We love teachers.
And Donald Trump is not that.
You got 2 people up here that have stood on the picket line with striking UAW members. So that's a place Donald Trump will never be.
How are you feeling right now about the Harris-Walz ticket?
I'm excited. I am overwhelmed. This is a surreal feeling.
Working class people that had kind of opted out of the race by saying, well, I don't like either candidate, are now considerably more energized with Vice President Harris back in the race and with Governor Walz.
He's not fighting for you. He doesn't know you. He doesn't care about your family. And his running mate is just as dangerous and backward as he is.
Vance and Trump like to portray themselves as the party of the working class actually now. Do they seem authentic to you?
I don't think I can say on camera what I feel about that, but no, it does not seem authentic.
We can see through the smoke and mirrors. It's a sham. He's a fraud.
And now they're
What's up, Nana?
all over themselves because they're in panic mode. Because
True.
now they're not running. They're running against a 59-year-old prosecutor. That's like kryptonite.
We were in a full-blown strike.
All right, I don't like the prosecutor part, but like they are in shambles. They are absolutely in shambles. They're still talking about Joe Biden like he's still running. You know what I mean? Like, dude, they're still talking about Joe Biden because they got so little on Harris and Walz, right? Like their attacks on Harris is that like, oh, she's like not black, or like she's just now saying she's black, but she wasn't black before, or like she like this misogynistic shit about like her like fucking sucking dick to the top, like what the fuck? And like all they got on Governor Walz is that like he's like they're saying that he's like, you know, they're accusing him of stolen valor, which like you guys are really coping right now.
Our former president decided to come here and visit a plant that isn't even unionized. So that spoke volumes.
He does not support labor. He does not support the UAW one bit. He's about big business and about himself.
The leader of the United Auto Workers should be fired immediately, and every single auto worker, union and non-union, should be voting for Donald Trump.
He came out and criticized the UAW, criticized President Sean Fain.
You want to know why you should? Because he's going to cut taxes and get rid of all these pesky regulations for your corporate overlords, and they're going to make so much profits that it's bound to trickle down to you. It'll be bound. You won't even need a fucking, your union. It's going to trickle down so hard all over you. Oh my God, you're going to be just like, oh, it's trickling all over me. You know what I mean? Dude, it's going to be so good. You're not even going to need a union. It's going to trickle so hard.
Could stick it in his
Yo, this guy.
UAW criticized President Sean Fain. What was your reaction to that?
He could stick it in his
he can talk all he wants. Sean Fain's our guy.
Our members are 100% behind Sean Fain. An attack on Sean Fain is an attack on all of us.
What are the issues that are most important to you?
That's so real.
Well, a couple of things. One is, I think, protecting Social Security. And I think that that's really a top priority. Not only protecting it, but expanding it, taking the cap off.
Yeah, I was going to say we should expand it. But yo, my guy beat me to it. This is what I'm saying, fam. You have two people you need to listen to if you want to change shit at the Democratic Party. Yo, DNC chair, are you listening? You want to win? Two people you need to activate: young people and the unions. You need to have the unions. There needs to be no question about who is the pro-labor candidate. There needs to be no question.
So that the rich people pay what they're supposed to pay.
For me, it's job security and retirement and Social Security and Medicare.
Abortion, women being able to choose for themselves.
So it's not a single gender.
Yeah, well, reaching out to Kai is not the way to reach the young people. Okay, like that's not the way. I think you should reach young people by meeting them where they're at on Gaza. Okay, that's more so what I meant, not going on the Kai Cenat stream, but that certainly would be content, but it would be I would see that most likely being a disaster. I would most likely see that being so awkward. You know what I mean? Like Donald Trump is really the only one. Maybe like Governor Walz coming on to have like a cheeky conversation on somebody's stream, but like only Trump could really do like a stream like that. You know what I mean? Like only Donald Trump and only like a kick streamer like Aiden Ross could really do that. That doesn't really translate to like, to this side of the internet, right?
When we say women's rights, it's a
go on the Kai stream to talk about the ceasefire. Me? You want me to go on the Kai stream to talk about the ceasefire? Yeah. Hit up Kai. Tell him I'm down to come on the stream. I'm down to come on the stream. The amount of I would never ever do that. I would never ever do that. I know you were joking. I know you were saying Kamala. I would never ever do that though. Like straight up never. Not because I don't like Kai Cenat. I think Kai Cenat's cool. I like Kai Cenat. But I can just see I can just see the chat in my brain right now. Can already see it. Kai got all the bad bitches on his stream. It's about time. Tofu went on there. That's right. What's up, Sil?
Affects everybody. It impacts our.
Okay, low key though, I'd love to see Kai talking to Kamala about the ceasefire. Just him repeatedly asking why he can't do shit right now over and over. Yeah, but Kai doesn't know anything about Gaza. Like Kai has said himself that he doesn't know anything about politics. Like he's like a normie, you know? He's a normie. He doesn't know anything about politics. A lot of people don't. A lot of people literally don't. As somebody who's always been like, since I was a young person, like been like into politics, like interested in politics since I was like a young one. That makes no sense to me, but like a lot of people are like that, you know?
Freedoms and our liberties as a whole and as a society, and it affects our future.
The Israel-Palestinian conflict, I think it wouldn't hurt her to come out and, support that ceasefire, talk about that a little more often. What is Vice President Harris?
Yep.
Is she going to promote?
Look at this swag, dude. My guy got the fucking, look at this thing. Got the stretchy collared shirt. That's crazy. That shit's probably comfy as hell. You can probably hear him when he's walking down the hall.
Keep the work here in America for everybody. So families don't have to struggle working 2 or 3 jobs. Be able to retire with dignity. I feel like if they do get elected, we have a good chance of maybe getting the PRO Act passed. And also getting the National Labor Relations Board much stronger, much more pro-union.
Yo, I mean, much stronger, much more pro-union. I'm down. But one of the few actually great things about the Biden administration, okay? Like I got nothing but smoke for Joseph Brandon, right? But his NLRB though, you know what I mean? Like the DOJ and the DOJ and is it the FTC? Is it the FTC that deals with like antitrust and stuff? Is it the FTC? I think it's the FTC. Pretty effective. Pretty effective. SEC. Okay. Got it. Starbucks still hasn't signed a single contract in the U.S. Fuck Joe Biden. Can Tofu jump a speeding car in tandem with Aisha speed? I could do it. Nah, I would die. You would just watch a video of me getting hit by a car. It would literally just be a video of me going, and then just
harsher penalties against companies and management when they attack workers.
When there's a suggestion that somehow strength is about making people feel small, making people feel alone. But isn't that the very opposite of what we know? Unions know to be strength. It's about the collective. It's about understanding no one should ever be made to fight alone.
Whoa, sounded kind of like a socialist.
Look at Trump's record. That's all you got to do in terms of working class people. He's always screwed them over his entire life.
How working class people could vote for a guy, and I apologize for my language, but a guy in gold toilets. Never had a speck of dirt under his fingernails in his whole life. It makes zero sense to me. I'll never understand.
I mean, honestly, like that's real though. Like, yo, that's real shit. Don't trust a guy who shits in gold toilets. Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds like a pretty like reasonable thing to live by. Yeah.
We gonna fight that. He's not gonna bust it.
Like you'll come out on top more times than you won't, right? Like
not on our watch. We can't let it happen. We are not going back.
That's right. That's right.
UA not going back. Yeah.
Thanks so much for watching our video. If you'd like to see more stories like this, be sure to like.
Yeah, like and subscribe. Hit the bell in hell. All right. Next up, chat, we're gonna look at more union-related stuff if we have time. It's 2:50 now. We'll briefly speed run this story out of South Korea when I get back. Or will we just jump? You know what? Actually, for the sake of time, because it's already almost 3, we're gonna jump straight to well, that is also international news, but we're gonna jump out of labor news and into this story from Vuvuzela, who are the Venezuelan opposition from Democracy Now! So we'll take a look-see at that. And then another thing from Democracy Now! Middle East braces as Iran and Hezbollah vow retaliation. And then we'll go into some Gaza updates from Reuters, Associated Press, Al Jazeera, and also Democracy Now! But we're going to call it Democracy in a few minutes, okay? Because first, we must run an ad, since it has been a bit more than an hour since our last ad break. Don't you worry though, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you are unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream, if you would like to support me, the streamer, and also in doing so, get access to really cool Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account, if you have one, to your Twitch account. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to. Maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat, like Misos or Marty C59 or Anarchist Tech Support, or whoever else is unsubbed. That way they can also enjoy the emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of the community. We are at 9 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. If you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the stream, if you'd like to see it continue on full time, please do consider supporting. That way we can make that happen, and I can also pay my rent. Also, you can throw bits or a dono my way. Donos are cool because they go straight into my wallet, and I could use it immediately to like DoorDash some dinner for after stream or something, which would be very pog. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for hanging in there. If you had to sit through some bullshit ads, thanks for doing that. Thanks for sitting through the ads. It's a good way to help out the stream, even if you don't have any money to throw my way. But speaking of money being thrown my way, Mixed Secular, thank you so much for getting to Anarchist Tech Support. Huge W. Thank you so much. We love to see Poggers Chatters helping out Poggers Chatters. Appreciate that. Thank you. Putting us at 10 out of 25 of the daily sub goal. Almost halfway through the sub goal. Very pog. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, let's get into some other stuff so we can get to fun shit sooner rather than later. Let's talk about Vuvuzela. Let's talk about the Venezuelan opposition and what they're all about. With democracy right motherfucking now. Let's go.
This is Democracy Now!
DemocracyNow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
With Juan Gonzalez. We turn now to Venezuela, where the United States is reportedly escalating its efforts to remove President Nicolas Maduro following July's contested election, where both Maduro and his main rivals claim victory. Last week, Maduro, who was declared the winner by Venezuela's National Electoral Council, appealed to the Supreme Court to verify the results after opposition leaders Edmundo Gonzalez and Maria Corina Machado released thousands of vote tally sheets to back their claims of victory. Gonzalez failed to appear before the Venezuelan Supreme Court, saying he feared arrest, while the High Court said Saturday the opposition has not yet submitted evidence to support its allegations.
I was going to say, as far as I know, there still has not been evidence given. It's just been allegations, which has led so many world leaders to like call on Maduro to like release the evidence, release the, you know, the data or whatever, or like and to step down ultimately. But there's no evidence of it. Like, regardless of how you feel about Maduro, like the opposition, I mean, I should let them talk about the opposition. When the opposition in question is so heavily backed by the West, should maybe like think a little bit about it, like look into it a little deeper, like, okay, what's going on there?
Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro spoke from Caracas Friday.
Edmundo González Urrutia. Es escandaloso su ausencia ante el máximo tribunal del país.
The absence of Edmundo González Urrutia before the highest court of the country is scandalous, as was his absence on June 20th for the signing of the agreement to recognize the election before the CNE, National Election Council. He does not recognize the CNE as an institution. He does not recognize the Supreme Court. Who does he recognize?
I can honestly say the whole Vuvuzela thing confuses me. The U.S. is just trying to do some fucking shit, yeah. So he won, and the opposition claiming he cheated is U.S. backed. Yeah, that's what they're about to get into. Essentially, yes, the opposition is U.S. backed opposition, and they're claiming that the election was stolen, and that Maduro didn't actually win. Is essentially why, and they want Maduro out. He's like the extension of what? Oh my God, why am I blanking on his name? Who did he? Maduro. Chavez. Thank you. Fuck. He's essentially the extension of Hugo Chavez, but you know I don't know. He's not perfect. I don't also claim to know like all of the ins and outs of like Venezuelan politics and Venezuelan history, but like he's not exactly Hugo Chavez. But the point still remains that it is an extension. He is an extension of that, like those politics, Hugo Chavez's politics, and the West wants the oil, like international corporations, American companies want to invest in the region. There is oil that is publicly owned, that is like the resources are owned by the government. They're publicly owned. The opposition wants to privatize it. Opposition wants to privatize the oil. Why does the opposition want to privatize the oil, chat? Why is that? And why does the United States back that opposition who wants to privatize the oil industry so hard?
The government of the United States. So the statement of the three political parties who pushed this extreme right candidate is scandalous. They have nothing. They have nothing.
Dueling protests in support of Maduro and the opposition have taken place in Caracas and other parts of Venezuela. Over the weekend, Venezuela's opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, called for global mass protests August 17th. Meanwhile, the White House Monday denied reports by the Wall Street Journal that the Biden administration had offered Maduro amnesty in exchange for his resignation. This is White House spokesperson Karine Jean-Pierre.
It's been 2 weeks after the elections in Venezuela. It is abundantly clear, right, to the majority of Venezuelan people, the United States, and growing number of countries, as you just listed, that Edmundo won the most votes.
How? Based on what information? Based on what? Vibes?
In the July 28th election, presidential election.
Based
and
on
Maduro
vibes.
must recognize it.
Because there's no evidence. No evidence has been supported. You submitted to support this claim. So, like, based on what?
National rights groups have denounced reports of a violent crackdown against demonstrators. At least 25 people have died in protests since July 28th election. There have been some 2,000 reported arrests. Meanwhile, both Gonzalez and Machado have gone into hiding. For more, we're joined by two guests in Washington, D.C. Leonardo Flores is a Venezuelan political analyst, activist, founding member of the Venezuela Solidarity Network. And Alejandro Velasco is an associate professor at New York University, where he's a historian of modern Latin America. His new piece for The Nation is headlined, "What's Next for the Left in Venezuela?" Professor Velasco is former executive editor of NACLA Report on the Americas, joining us from Newport.
We earlier in the stream read this article from The Nation. What is policing? It was really good. I will share it in the chat for you. But yeah, that's where they're from.
Rhode Island. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Let's start with you, Alejandro Velasco. Your assessment of what's taking place now in these Wall Street Journal reports of the United States offering amnesty for Maduro if he were to leave.
Yeah, it's a curious development. On the one hand, it's very hard to take it seriously or to assume that Maduro is taking it seriously. Of course, on the one hand, it's important for the United States, if indeed this happened, even if it's through back channels, to signal to Maduro and to the upper echelons of the Maduro government that it's willing to put significant stake on the table in order to execute a transition into a different type of government. On the other hand, what we've seen in both historically and recently is that claims of amnesty or offers of amnesty don't really have significant legal weight. We've seen this in Guatemala, we've seen this in Argentina, we've seen this in Chile, where negotiated transitions that rely on a potential amnesty for would be.
They try to give them essentially. They tried to give them a plea deal. They said, "Listen, you step down, like we'll make sure that like nobody arrests you." Like what?
That are reverted after the political conditions change. So, my sense is that even if it is the case, it's not actually something that is seriously being considered in Caracas. On the other hand, what does seem to be the case is that it does signal
the U.S. doesn't want a successful example of socialism in their backyard, so they embargo Venezuela and Cuba and do everything to sabotage them. Yep, that part.
By the United States, that it is, like I said before, willing to, put something on the table, and perhaps it's a gesture for the Maduro government to take the process or take the idea of negotiation.
I mean, and plus, the United States is going to have even more over time, even more interest in the oil of in the region in Venezuela, because if a greater conflict pops off in the Middle East, in Middle East, North Africa, you're gonna really want that oil. you're gonna really want the oil from the countries you've been sanctioning the fuck out of, right? That you've been trying to fucking coup for fucking years and years and years. Like, but here's the thing, like, they want that oil, right? But they don't want to like play nice with Venezuela to have like any sort of like trade deal. They want to take it. They want to fucking take it. They want to oust Maduro. They want to fucking privatize the oil and then invest in the region and then
towards a transition somewhat seriously.
And Alejandro Velasco, what do you make of the Supreme Court statement that the opposition has failed to produce evidence to the court of its allegations
Where's the evidence
of election fraud?
I mean, the reality is that right now we're in a he said, she said scenario.
So there's no evidence.
The opposition has released what it...
Because the election, I don't know what they call it in Venezuela off the top of my head. I don't remember. The election committee or like whatever, like the Ministry of Elections. I don't fucking know. They verified that he won. They said, no, we counted the votes. He won. They were supposed to show, the opposition was supposed to show up to their Supreme Court or whatever, to the head Supreme Court. I don't know if it's the Supreme Court, whatever. And he didn't. They didn't. They claiming that, they're being hunted possibly by Maduro. I mean, I don't know, man.
Claims is a vast cache of electoral returns at the precinct level, which suggests a victory.
Yeah,
by
based.
Gonzalez.
Everybody, even including the United States. I mean, we just saw fucking Karine Jean-Pierre from the podium fucking lie through her teeth and say that, like, yeah, we joined the rest of the international community in recognizing that Maduro lost this election and he needs to step down. Like, based on what evidence? Like, what evidence?
Margin. On the other hand, we have not received from the National Electoral Council, and this,
National Electoral
we
Council.
talked last week on the show, and the real question at the time was, what will the National Electoral Council do relative to its obligations under Venezuelan law to release that data? And to the extent that it continues to not release the data for public scrutiny, what we have is, in Spanish, we say, dime si diretes, right? It kind of going back and forth. So, I think that it is true and to cast doubts on the claims of the opposition alone that it won by this margin, because we can't actually verify it. But part of the reason why we can't do that is, in fact, a large part of the reason why we can't do that is because we don't have the data coming from the National Electoral Council. So, I think it's healthy to have significant skepticism of the claims by the opposition. Certainly the statements by the U.S. White House spokesperson are, in some ways really difficult to accept at face value. That's why many countries in Latin America have said, well, we're not going to recognize Gonzalez as the winner. What we need is to push the National Electoral Council to do its job. So that's very much up in the air.
Put that same question to
even Lula called on him to release that info.
The issue, at least three progressive governments in the region, Mexico, Colombia, and Brazil have called on the Maduro administration and the election officials in Venezuela to produce more actual vote counts and tallies, not just the total tallies, but also the precinct by precinct tallies. What's your sense of why that hasn't happened? And also the issue of whether the Venezuelan opposition, by posting stuff on or their returns on an internet site, is the same thing as producing evidence of valid counts to the court.
On an internet site.
Well, thank you, Juan. Let me just first say that what we're seeing in Venezuela is a more sophisticated, more violent, and better planned version of Stop the Steal. The electoral authorities declared a winner, the loser in the election, without any credible evidence, is claiming fraud. They unleashed violence and they threatened more violence. And I think that should really alarm progressives in the United States, because it's not only a similar playbook to what we saw here in 2020, but it's a similar playbook to what happened in Brazil when Lula beat Bolsonaro, and in 2019 in Bolivia, when there was false claims of fraud against Evo Morales that led to the coup in Bolivia. When we see the positions by Mexico, Brazil, and Colombia, I think what we're seeing really is them trying to take a middle position between the few countries in Latin America that have already declared González to be the winner, like Argentina, like Peru, the other countries throughout the Americas that have already accepted the results by the CNE. And so they're playing this middle position in order to try to brunt the response by the United States. But we also see that the United States is already going back on its promises. President Biden, a few days after the election, he spoke with President Lula, and afterwards he tweeted that there was a pledge to coordinate any actions with these three countries of Mexico, Brazil, and Colombia. And those three countries haven't recognized the winner, but the United States already has. So I think that's very troubling, and we have to understand
that is troubling.
These claims of fraud in the context, not just of the ongoing economic war against Venezuela.
Like, on what basis is the United States placing their finger on this?
Venezuela,
you know?
Only in the first year alone, but in the context of a hybrid war against Venezuela, where we saw an attempted drone assassination attempt in 2018, a failed mercenary invasion in 2020, numerous failed calls for military insurrections, and calls from the opposition for foreign intervention. So we can't delink these attacks against Venezuela with these claims of fraud by the opposition.
Leonardo Flores, I want to ask this question of both Alejandro and you. You're both Venezuelan. The opposition to Maduro, where it falls, do you consider it, let's start with you, Leonardo, to be pro-U.S., neo-colonialist, all of it? Or do you see a lot of opposition within the left?
So, well, first of all, let's note that there were 10 candidates in these elections. 9 of them were in the opposition. The opposition is divided, and they always have been. And there's a spectrum. I wouldn't call any of those 9 opposition candidates part of the left, but I would certainly call Edmundo González and Maria Corina Machado part of the far right, and their history shows that. In terms of the left in Venezuela, there is a so-called faction called what they call themselves dissident Chavistas, which is mostly made up of academics and former government ministers, but they don't have an electoral base. They have no power on the streets, and they really have little to no influence within Venezuela itself.
And let's put that question to Alejandro Velasco as well. Divisions in the left, those who support Maduro and those who don't.
Regardless of like Blade, regardless of like any like I said earlier, like regardless of the imperfections of Maduro, like there's collective public ownership of natural resources in Venezuela. Like there it is, the oil is public. This far right opposition specifically, like they want to privatize that oil. So like this is a perfect example. My point is saying that like yes, like the socialist policies, I think it was Two Based in the chat was saying like that is so close to the United States, like Cuba, that it has so, that is like resource rich. That's a threat to capital. You know what I mean? Like that is a direct threat to capital. Democracy later was right. So yeah, like regardless of any like more specifically related to Maduro, like problems more specifically related to Maduro, it still doesn't change what the United States like interests are in that region. You know what I mean? Like the interests were the same when it was Chavez, it was Maduro, like the interests are the same.
I mean,
especially like I was saying, especially now that there's a possible threat of a greater conflict in the Middle East, North Africa. If there's a wider conflict pops off in that region, like oil prices are gonna go fucking crazy. So you're gonna fucking need like other oil, you know, and they want it. They want other oil. So that's, you know,
On the one hand, the landscape that we just heard is certainly accurate. I think it's incomplete, though. What we've seen, whether we put the focus on sanctions, whether we put the focus on policies on the part of the Maduro government to specifically target popular sectors by way of, security operations, etc. I think it is hard to claim that on the ground there is a significant amount of critique against the Maduro government from sectors that previously supported even Maduro, but certainly before Chavez. Some of these have left Venezuela in massive amounts of numbers over the last 10 years. I think that Chavismo internally and supporters abroad do themselves a disservice.
Yeah, darkness, exactly. Like, ultimately, like, we're talking about, like, what stands between the continuation of like colonial, like, neo-colonialism and the West and the imperial core's reign over the global South, like, continuing. That's, yeah.
By not recognizing massive amounts of discontent. We can talk and debate about the reasons for that discontent. Absolutely, the sanctions are part of that landscape. But to not move the needle and recognize that there is significant discontent on the ground at popular levels against the Maduro government is a recipe for basically placing all of what we understand to be the project of the Bolivarian Revolution that Hugo Chavez started and conflating it with Maduro staying in power. That is a tremendous risk that the left internationally runs if the left is going to try to have a continuing viable political project in Venezuela that's decoupled or delinked from Maduro in power.
Yeah, I'd like to go back to Leonardo Flores on this issue of...
So, like, who did he support? Like, so he said that there was like 8 or 9 like other people from the opposition that ran in the race, like, and that, but specifically, or was it the other guy that said that? I think it was the other guy that said that. Who does this guy support? Is he a fan of the far right specific opposition that we were talking about?
Of the comparison you made to...
Feels very complicated. I mean, everything's complicated. Nothing is cut and dry. You know what I mean? Nothing is cut and dry. Especially from where I stand or sit in the imperial core. Like, I can only, like, make very zoomed out assessments. I've never been to Venezuela. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's very complicated. Nothing is exactly good and bad. Nothing is exactly black and white, Yeah, nuance and such.
2020 Stop the Steal movement, allegedly. There's no doubt that the United States has systematically attempted for the last 25 years to remove the Bolivarian Revolution from power in Venezuela. But
yeah, like there's time, like, that's what I'm saying. It's like you can't, like, there's no questioning like where the United States has stood with the region, like what the United States' foreign policy in that region has been. The one thing that's not complicated is that the privatization of the oil industry would be that's true. That you're right. That's why I say, like, I can say what I'm saying from a pretty zoomed out perspective, that, like, the one thing that stands, like that government, whether it's run by Maduro or not, that government, right, stands between the natural resources being collectively owned by the people of Venezuela, and it's being privatized and fucking hoarded out to the rest of the world, and you just become yet another client state. That I always think of this picture. I can't remember if I saved it because I've brought it up on stream before. This painting is very profound. It's and it's not just a painting, by the way. It is a painting, but it is a Soviet propaganda. Soviet propaganda. Nailed it. Fucking nailed it. I'm a keyword champion, dude. This is like, look at this painting. It's so amazing. I would love if I could find a copy of this poster. Oh my god. Also, yeah, she kind of, goddamn. But yeah, like this is, here you go. Here's United States foreign policy. It is as simple as this. And is when we zoom out far enough, this is as simple as it becomes. This is how simple it becomes, right? Like here, you know, this is the global South, and this is the imperial core. It's like it's like the cellar, you know, like it's, man. But yeah, I really love this image. It's just like abundance, you know, abundance. There's such abundance in the global South. It's rich in resources, but so poor economically, chat. Why is that? You ever ask yourself why that is? I'm gonna save this because this is high def. This scared me again, dude. Every time, bro. I keep forgetting. Oh, also, we forgot to look at this. What was this? Ilhan Omar wins her primary.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States. May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Like, such a, like, just You just got dornered. Ha! You just got dornered. Ha! You just got Christopher Dornered. Ha! Chat. Dorner W.
It's not quite the same thing because even the comparison to the 2020 election, because at least Trump was arguing against actual election results, state by state, city by city, and in his attempts to overturn those election results. But here, there have been no published results of the election precinct by precinct. So it's not quite the same thing, is it?
It's not quite the same, but it is very similar. I mean, it's not just Trump, of course. It's also Bolsonaro. Or, you know, there are ties between Edmundo González, Maria Corina Machado, and the far right throughout the hemisphere. And yeah, you're right. We haven't seen the precinct by precinct results yet. The CNE has issued 2 bulletins showing the generalized results. By law, though, they have 30 days to present those results. We're not anywhere close to those 30 days being up, or about 2 weeks away. And already the CNE has turned over all of its data, including evidence of a massive cyber attack that occurred in Venezuela on July 28th, Election Day, and has continued since then. A cyber attack, which we have evidence for from firms even in the United States, which have recognized the tenfold increase in denial of service attacks against Venezuelan websites, including the PSUV party.
Dang, where's that coming from? Fuck, that sucks that they cut him off right there. I want to learn more about that. I want to hear more from that guy on this. Time to be a bad anarchist and hop in the shower. Yo, anarchist tech support, always good to have you. Have a good rest of your evening. Have a good shower. Okay, now let's get into Middle East. we'll finish off our evening with updates from Democracy Now!, Reuters, Associated Press, and Al Jazeera. Middle East braces as Iran and Hezbollah vow retaliation for Israeli. You know what? For the sake of time, we're actually gonna. There's really nothing to talk about on that matter because we already talked about that at length at the beginning of stream too. So if you'd like to hear commentary on that, on Iran and strikes and all of that stuff, check out the VOD. Go rewind in the back of the VOD. But we're gonna now go straight to Gaza stuff to cap off our politics for the evening so that we can get into some comfy content sooner rather than later. First, we're gonna look at this. Putin meets Palestinian President Abbas, calls for a fully fledged state. And then we're gonna look at this from Associated Press. 3-month-old baby is sole survivor that killed her family in Gaza, of Israeli airstrike in Gaza that killed whole family. Israeli offensive in Khan Yunis. Father buries newborn twins and wife after airstrike. Former Israeli peace negotiator Daniel Levy. U.S. is part of axis of Zionist extremism, and that'll be our way to cap off our politics for the evening, and we'll get into fun, comfy content. Okay. All right. Let's do it. Oh, wait. Nope. Wrong one. Russian President Putin. What did I do? Russian President Putin meets with Palestinian President Abbas to discuss Middle East tensions.
I'm very glad to see.
Russia, which has close ties with Iran, has urged against further destabilization of the region. Our position remains unchanged here. It was formulated a long time ago and does not depend on outside circumstances. We believe that in order to ensure long-standing, reliable, stable peace in the region, it is necessary to fulfill all the decisions of the United Nations. Okay, like, listen, buddy. Listen, bud. You can't really be talking about, like, all of the... talking about the United Nations and what the United Nations wants. Like, you know, like, it's kind of rich coming from you, okay? Like, all right? Like, first of all, to create a fully fledged Palestinian state. Like, and also, to make it clear, his position differs not a single bit from literally everybody else in the world. Like, he's literally just calling, he's literally just saying, yeah, two-state solution. You guys need to, you know, we need a ceasefire. We need to, you know, to destabilize, or no, we need to cool down tensions in the region so that it doesn't spin out into a wider conflict and destabilize the greater region. We need a two-state solution. That's essentially all he said. This is the same thing that Joe Biden says. The same thing that's been the U.S. foreign policy for fucking years. Okay. Fuck, I can't see what he's saying. Due to the activity of the United States, its stance and pressure, the United Nations failed its mission to make one decision, accept one resolution that would ensure the right of the people of Palestine of their own state. I mean, like I said, yeah, like it's really rich coming from you, Mr. Putin. You know, really rich coming from you of all people. So we don't need to say, you know, give him that and say that he cooked there, because he certainly, like, even if he like he didn't cook, even because, like I said, his position does not differ from the West's position on this. He can't be like, oh, like goofy ass fucking, you know, goofy ass like pushing Z ass fucking MAGA communist head ass fucking losers. Not even MAGA communists, like people that are not, like, you know, not MAGA communists. Like there are even, like, I would say misguided communists like that, like see Putin as being like kind of like the way as being kind of like how I described Maduro, right? As being like what stands between, like, you know, like the West and, like, you know, like it's nonsense. It's fucking nonsense. Yo, what's up, Skirt? How you doing? Yeah, I'm back. Literally just imperialists refusing to admit that they made a mistake. Who is? What's up, your boy Heavy T? How's it going? Gotta rush, gotta run. Wish you nothing but success and peace on earth. Yo, see you later, Forlord. Chilling, putting final touches on video late night vibe. Let's go. Huge W. Can't wait to see it. Can't wait to see it. Also, everybody go follow Young Skirt if you don't. Do it now. Young Skirt is a fucking mad person. Fucking cooks up beats on stream with chat. It's fucking legendary. Go follow. Modern Russia is a right-wing oligarchic petrostate. It has nothing to do with communism. Exactly. All right. Now, where are we at with time? I'm gonna actually skip a couple of these because I don't want to just like bombard you with like, because we talked largely yesterday about the you know, I like to, you know, even way before October 7th, like to highlight every day if I have something on it, you know, crimes against humanity that are done to Palestinians by the IDF. But man, like it's been nonstop, and we covered, you know, at length yesterday the strike on the school and mosque that killed over 100 people, and I talked about like how I've never seen, even since October 7th, and all of them really fucked, you know, beyond belief, fucked up shit that I've seen on the internet, videos and pictures and whatever. Even with all the fucked up shit that I've seen since October 7th, nothing had prepared me for how fucked up the images were of that strike. Like it was like unbelievable. Like unbelievable. So what I'm saying is, I don't think I'm gonna hit you and hit myself with these next two specific stories that are just really sad stories about specific people in Gaza. But if you would like, !watching in the chat for a link to this playlist. I'll leave it on the playlist if you would like to take a look-see at these two stories here. But for the sake of time, since it's already we're creeping up on 4 a.m., I'm gonna hop over to this story here from Democracy Now! Former Israeli police negotiator Daniel Levy, U.S. is part of axis of Zionist extremism, and that'll be our way to cap off our news and politics portion of the stream, and then we'll do fun stuff, and we'll just do some fun stuff. Urban Rescue Ranch, Dying Llama, Carter, fucking, you know, Heinbach. Like, dude, we could do so much fun stuff. So let's do it. Let's get in it.
This is Democracy Now!
DemocracyNow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
With Juan Gonzalez. French President Emmanuel Macron, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, and British Prime Minister Keir Starmer issued a joint statement Monday endorsing the latest push by mediators in Qatar, Egypt, and the United States to broker a ceasefire agreement for Israel's war on Gaza. The three countries have urged Israel and Hamas to meet for negotiations Thursday, August 15th, in either Cairo or Doha to finalize a deal. However, Hamas has called on the U.S., Qatar, and Egypt to implement the ceasefire proposal put forward by President Joe Biden in May, instead of holding more rounds of negotiations and discussing new proposals.
I mean, everybody had agreed, right? And even the United States, like Tony Blinken and the State Department, were fucking gaslighting us and telling us that actually Israel supports these proposals. That these are the proposals that Israel put forward and that Israel supports. So we're confident that we're going to see a ceasefire in the next coming days. No, now fucking, you know, fast forward to recent days, they just fucking obliterated the main negotiator, the lead negotiator in Iran. Sovereign territory of Iran. like it is so glaringly obvious, despite the gaslighting of the United States State Department and others, that Israel is a rogue state. Is a rogue state, and dragging the rest of the world with it into, like, down the fucking drain, dude. Doesn't seem like something someone who wanted to negotiate would do, right? If you were so eager to negotiate with the man, why did you blow him up? Why'd you blow him up? Iran has a right to defend itself. Yeah, I mean, right? Like, we've been talking about fucking, you know, constantly. There's all these people just like refreshing CCTV fucking live camera footage, waiting for a fucking attack from Iran, like eager to fucking salivate over the fucking war porn footage and shit. Like, dude, we're constantly just talking, oh, will Iran just turn down requests from world leaders to stop, to not retaliate or whatever. Oh my God, Iran is so scary. Iran. Like, why? What happened? Why is Iran retaliating? Oh, is it because Israel did an assassination on their sovereign soil? Oh. What, like the same with the previous strikes, like, and the Iran's fucking, you know, retaliation was coordinated with the United States and Israel and done just as a symbolic measure. They shot a bunch of fucking missiles, there's a bunch of rockets, and they were like 98% of them were intercepted by mostly the United States and England, the UK.
Proposal was agreed to by Hamas at the time and rejected by Israel. In a statement Sunday, Hamas said, quote, the mediators should enforce this May 6 proposal on Israel instead of pursuing further rounds of negotiations or new proposals that would provide cover for the occupation's aggression and grant more time to continue its genocide against our people, unquote. On Monday, State Department Deputy Spokesperson Vedant Patel was asked about the ceasefire talks.
Are the ceasefire talks that you called for August 15, are they still going to go ahead after what Hamas said last night?
So I'm aware of those comments from Hamas, and we fully expect talks to move forward, as they should. All negotiators should return to the table and bring this deal to conclusion. We believe that there has been headway made, but we need to finalize this agreement.
I want to push this guy in a locker so bad. Wet Willie, you know what I'm saying?
To close and bridge some gaps, but we believe that an agreement is
lunch money now
possible, and that's something that we're going to continue to work between the parties.
Meanwhile, the Israeli assault of Gaza continues, with 32 Palestinians killed in the last 24 hours, according to the Gaza Health Ministry. The spokesperson for Hamas's armed wing, the Al-Qassam Brigade, said Monday one Israeli hostage was killed and 2 other women captives seriously wounded in 2 separate incidents in Gaza.
IDF killing more Israeli hostages? Whoa.
Nation Security Council's meeting today to discuss
Nobody saw that coming.
This weekend's devastating Israeli airstrike on a school and a mosque within it in Gaza City that killed over 100 Palestinians. Daniel Levy joins us, president of the U.S. Middle East Project, former Israeli peace negotiator under Israeli Prime Ministers Ehud Barak and Yitzhak Rabin. Daniel Levy, welcome back to Democracy Now! Okay, the Qatar, U.S., and Egypt calling for sit-down negotiations on Thursday, August 15th. Hamas saying they want to stick with Biden's proposal from May. Can you talk about how far apart these sides are and the significance of the chief Hamas negotiator, Ismail Haniyeh, having been assassinated in Tehran on the day that the new Iranian president was inaugurated?
Insane.
What that means for these talks.
Insane.
Absolutely. Look, it's very hard to make the case, if you are an objective observer of this, that the Israeli party is interested in a ceasefire, in even getting its own hostages back. when it assassinates the political leader of the movement that it is in negotiations with at a very high-profile, sensitive location and moment. And therefore, what you read day in, day out in much of the Israeli press, Amy, what you hear from many named and unnamed Israeli security officials, not just those of us on the outside saying, okay, let me put the jigsaw puzzle together. It's quite clear Netanyahu does not want a ceasefire deal. And therefore the question with regard to how far apart are the parties, there is a paper, there are terms, but what is the intention, the goal of the respective parties? And Hamas has been, one has to just acknowledge this, cut through all the attempts to say, well, it can only ever be Hamas that's responsible for no deal. If you cut through all of that, there has been a consistent position that a deal can be made if this is an on-ramp to a permanent ceasefire, to Israel withdrawing from Gaza, Palestinians being able to go back to the areas where they previously lived, many destroyed, most destroyed, versus a position of the Israeli leadership which says, we can have a pause, we can get some hostages back. By the way, there are very significantly less numbers of Israelis being held in Gaza still alive today than there were when these talks began. So the Israeli position is, we can do some of that, but
there's like a lot of them we probably don't even know. You know what I mean? We probably don't even realize, like official Hamas, Hamas officials probably don't even know. Well, we do know for a fact that they don't know where all of them are located, right? They're spread out and there's like different groups. There's Hamas, there's Islamic Jihad and whatever. Or I should say Al-Qassam brigades or Al-Qassam brigades. So like, yeah, it's highly likely that there are way more dead Israeli hostages killed by the constant IDF fucking onslaught in Gaza than we know.
This first phase ends. We will continue with this relentless war on Gaza and all the human costs and catastrophes that have come with it. That's the Netanyahu position. So that then translates into a couple of things. One is in the negotiating positions themselves, Netanyahu will put in
He's saying Netanyahu. No, he did it again.
The negotiating positions themselves, Netanyahu will put in...
He's saying Netanyahu! It's not me. He said Netanyahu 2 times in a row. I'm running it back. I'm not crazy.
The moment this first phase ends, we will continue with this relentless war on Gaza and all the human costs and catastrophes that have come with it. That's the Netanyahu position. So that then translates into a couple of things. One is in the negotiating positions themselves, Netanyahu will put in all kinds of additional demands, which he knows will derail the talks. And then what do the mediating parties do? And here there is, of course, this isn't a team of equals when it comes to the mediators. There is a primus inter pares. That is the United States. That is the party who, as we just heard from Professor...
He said Netanyahu 2 times.
DC, without the arms being sent to Israel, this could not continue. What does the US do? Is it willing to, so to speak, lay the dead cat at the door of the party responsible, namely Prime Minister Netanyahu, or...
3 times! That's... He said it! He said it! New scum style name Netanyahu. Yeah. Honestly, that would be like that would totally be a Trump nickname. Like Netanyahu. He's a nut. He's nutty. He's nutty, that Bibi. Bibi is a nut. Netanyahu, I call him.
Continue to run cover for Netanyahu.
He said it again!
It has been the latter. And now we see ourselves still in a regional conflagration dynamic. And I would finally just to note this. I think the talks planned for this week, there is a hope that maybe this...
They're talking about tomorrow, by the way, the 15th.
theory that the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, is in recess. If you're going to get Israelis out, you're running out of time. There's perhaps a hope that maybe Netanyahu, despite everything,
dude, what? It's not the accent, right? Like it's not a British thing. Like he's just saying Netanyahu. He has to be.
Will go for a deal, but I think most of what this is about is trying to avoid the regional escalation by saying, hey, there are these talks, we can get that ceasefire. As we just heard, if you get a ceasefire in Gaza, you can de-escalate the region. So I think this is mostly an exercise in trying to create and sow some confusion and offer a ladder, perhaps, to Iran, Hezbollah, the axis of resistance, not to go there. And it's much less, sadly, about actually bringing an end to the horrific realities in Gaza. And I insist that let's just pause for a minute. What the people of Gaza are going through, the number of dead, the number of injured, the humanitarian conditions, the permanent displacement. You're sent from one place to another with no safety, this appalling word laundering of safe zones, which are no such thing, constantly attacked by Israel, schools, UN compounds. We hear from Palestinians and medical workers in Gaza that people have learned to identify what does a naval artillery sound like versus a drone versus a fighter aircraft about to drop, more often than not, American bombs on you. This is appalling.
I mean, verified American bombs. Like it was a Boeing-made GBU-39. Let me just like confirm that. Yeah, GBU-39 small diameter bomb by Boeing, made by Boeing. Yeah. It's an American bomb, an American-made bomb that killed over 100 Palestinians. What is this? What this? What that?
Positions themselves, Netanyahu will put in.
He's saying Netanyahu. No, he did it again.
The negotiating positions themselves, Netanyahu will put in.
He's saying Netanyahu. It's not me. He said Netanyahu 2 times in a row. I'm running it back. I'm not crazy. I'm not.
The moment this first phase ends, we will continue with this relentless war on Gaza and all the human costs and catastrophes that have come with it. That's the Netanyahu position. So that then translates into a couple of things. One is in the negotiating positions themselves, Netanyahu will put in all kinds of additional positions themselves. Let's be very clear. Israel being held to account for violations of international law and the insistence that Israel adhere to international law, and American or any other weapons not be used in the committing of crimes, war crimes, plausible genocide. This should not depend on ceasefire talks. This should end full stop because it is illegal.
And Daniel Levy, I wanted to ask you about the credibility of the United States before the world community, given the.
Please. The credibility of the United States before the world community. Dude, I mean, I know Juan knows the answer to this question and he's trying to set him up, but it's just like, oh my God. Just even hearing that, it's like, bro, are you fucking for real?
President Biden more than 3 months ago said the outlines of a deal had already been agreed to by the parties.
Yeah, we were gaslit, and here we are. Exactly.
No agreement.
They literally lied.
I find it hard to put the words credibility in the international community and United States
in the
one
same
sentence after all of this, and I think much of the international community
after this, bro. Hello, after this, dude. Like, have you ever heard of the United States before? You ever, like, I don't know, looked into the history of the United States and its history, like, I don't know, like around the world?
Does so as well. What we are seeing right now is that Washington has only one playbook, and it is a failed playbook. It is a distorted playbook.
Are you saying the USA has done bad things?
Rather than
I would never say that.
Restraining, reining in, pressuring, using the massive leverage you have on Israel, so that Israel will desist from committing crimes, whether those are the mass
It's literally the single piece of it is the leverage, right? Like, what does leverage need? It needs like a point. What is it called? What is it? Is it a fulcrum? Is that what that's called? Like that's like that's literally the leverage. Without US funding, the state of Israel would fail within this fucking decade. It would be a failed state. It would fucking crumble. Their economy is already crumbling. They can't handle a war. They can't handle a broader war. But their fucking fascist government, the Likud party, Benjamin Netanyahu, is dragging Israel down with him. Like, they're like, and the rest of the world. And the rest of the world. Like, they need to go to war. They are banking on the United States jumping in if Iran and everybody starts going at it with Israel. They're banking on the fact that either the United States will jump in and back us up in the end, and it will be World War III, but like, we'll have, we have the United States, right? Or it will continue as it has been progressing, right? And it will just be like this weird fucked up, like what's the word? Not a stalemate, but like this weird what's the word I'm looking for? War of attrition. Yeah, yes, forever war of attrition. Like a protracted conflict where the United States is just like sitting there on the sidelines, like wagging its finger while like handing all of the weapons and guns to, Israel, right? And like, it's gonna continue to like spread, and they're gonna move into Lebanon. They're gonna maybe start doing more attacks on Israel or Iran directly, shit like this. And if either Iran does nothing in return, or does just like really like purely symbolic strikes back, and the United States and the UK shoot down all of the fucking rockets that are launched towards Israel, and nothing happens, and things continue on, and the war of attrition continues, and Israel slowly gains ground, slowly pushes Palestinians out, slowly pushes into its northern border. Like, it's win-win kind of at this position, at this point for, the Likud and for Netanyahu. Like, they're trying to kind of call everybody's bluff, all of their enemies' bluff around them. Like, they think that Iran and everybody won't go all out war with Israel because the United States will then jump in also. So they're just like using that to their advantage.
In Gaza, or the extrajudicial provocative assassinations that threaten escalation. Rather than using your influence to prevent Israeli crimes, you try and use deterrence. You try and use threats to prevent Iran and others from responding to those Israeli crimes. Now, that does a few things. First of all, it means that by standing with Israel as it commits these crimes, you are complicit in the criminality in Gaza and in the continuation of that by enabling it. Secondly, I do think that there is something of an ideological alignment. And we just have to be clear, America is playing the role as a member of the axis of Zionist extremism. And I think the US wants Israel. Having seen the shift in the balance of power go against Israel, it wants Israel to reassert deterrence and to be able to drive escalation dominance. But then you ask the third question, and that's where I think you are going, Juan, which is to say, how does this serve America's interests? Surely there's a divergence of interest here. And I would say that there is. There is not an American interest in a regional conflagration, but because you're unwilling to restrain Israel, and all you are willing to do is to threaten the other side more, it means that you deploy more military assets. It means that you put America at the risk of being dragged into a war. That also means that your international reputation when you're running cover for an apartheid regime in violation of ICJ rulings with an ICC request for an arrest warrant against its leaders, it means that your reputation, as you suggest, is not only sullied, but it is being dragged through the mud on a daily basis. You can't claim to
by your own damn self too. Like, you're taking your own damn name, right? You're like, you show up to the UN, right? You got your name tag on, you just take it off and you throw it on the ground and you fucking take a shit on it in front of everybody at the UN. Like, dog,
taking a principled position in Russia, Ukraine, or anywhere else when you are in this position of support for Israeli violations. And it also brings you to a place politically where if you're a Democrat administration, why are you letting this guy make the weather? There's a piece by the former head of the MI6, I'm here in London, John Soares in the FT. And what he wrote just a few days ago was that he thinks Netanyahu wants to pull America into a regional war.
He's saying nut. He thinks he's sly, but I'm on to his game.
Candidacy and strengthen the prospects.
He thinks he's being sneaky, but I'm on to him.
Has made for itself. Let's be very clear. They are responsible for not drawing a line, for not reining Israel in, and for continuing to send the weapons. And it is not good enough.
It is solely in the hands of the United States.
What they occasionally do is they leak to Axios or some favored media outlet. Hey, Biden got really angry. He was really frustrated with Netanyahu on their phone call. Do me a favor, you're grown-ups. Be serious. You send the weapons. This is not
serious.
America.
Yeah, behind the scenes, Joe Brandon was calling Netanyahu an asshole. Oh my God.
This is America basically lining up and trying to bring others in the region into alignment with an axis of Zionist extremism. And it will not deliver security for Israelis either, not in the short term and not in the long term.
Damn, that timing is crazy because the ads are literally about to run and it just ended. That's crazy. Chat, next up, you guessed it, Bourbon Bresky Branch, Baby Coyote versus Mouse, surprising results. We have lots of Bourbon Bresky Branch to catch up on. We also have some Dying Llama. The Spire boys are fucking back, dude. They are fucking back. Do we watch the Spire one or do we watch this other one? This is the this is a more recent one, but this is the like second most recent. Dodging workers and infiltrating office building. Like, I don't know what's going on there. We also got that Carter videos that we've been putting off. We have tons of comfy shit that we gotta get into, chat. We gotta. But first, we need to run an ad break. But if you would like a link to this, !watching in the chat for a link to the playlist that gives you this playlist that has all the videos we watched this evening and will watch for the rest of the evening. Just a reminder. But first, we must run an ad break before we continue on because it has been an hour since our last ad break. Don't you worry though, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream, if you would like to support me, the streamer, and also in doing so, get access to really cool, super exclusive Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account, if you have one, to your Twitch account and using your 1 free sub a month on me, Tofu Ghost. You can also help out the stream by throwing bits or a dono. Donos are cool because they go straight into my wallet and I can use it immediately to buy some food for after stream, for example, which would be very pog. If you are one of our unsubbed friends in the chat, make sure to say hi, post an emote in the chat, or use the please gift me a sub redeem. That way somebody might notice you and feel generous enough to shoot you a gifty. We are currently at 10 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. If you enjoy this stream, if you enjoy the content, if you would like to see the stream continue on full time, please do consider supporting. That way we can make that happen, and I can also make sure my bills get paid. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. for waiting. Thanks for sitting through the ads. If you had to sit through some bullshit ads, thanks for doing that. I appreciate you. It's a good way to support the stream, even if you don't have any money to throw my way. But speaking of money being thrown my way, Beholder B, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Hiago Tenorio. I really appreciate it. And Midnight Dime, thank you so much for gifting to Sticky Monkey Flowers. You love to see it. Thank you so much. And Texas Heathen, thank you for gifting to Sweet Agony. Let's fucking go. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Very, very kind. Very kind. All right, it's time for comfy content. You just got dornered. Ha ha ha! You just got Christopher dornered. How will you ever recover? You've just been Christopher dornered. Post this to 10 of your friends, or Christopher Dorner will show up and hurt you or something. I don't know. Send this to 10 friends right now, or else. Let's fucking do some comfy fucking motherfucking content. All right, politics frogs. Time for you to fucking everybody to evacuate. Time for everyone to evacuate. Bourbon Bresky Branch time. Baby coyote versus mouse. Surprising results. And we'll do one of these dying llamas, and maybe we'll get into a Carter video that we've been putting off. We got so much stuff that we could get into, chat. Let's fucking do it. Let's fucking go.
Pooping their brains out. Sure hope I don't get rabies from this. Mordecai and Rigby?
Mordecai and Rigby?
Stretching his little wings out. That is a big meal for big ounce, and every day I leave the door cracked. Oh. See, he's got some kind of leg injury. Little puppy. Good morning, everybody. As you can see, I made this bottle here with a straw. This is what I use to feed the beaver. Beaverton has already
got the
stendo
on it.
Turn it brown. But that's okay, because I'm going to empty it all out today. But watch this, you guys. I put her little bottle here.
Oh, beaver noises.
Does she love this bottle.
Sounds like a little baby.
But even though she loves taking the nipple, I still have to kind of squeeze it a little bit to get some
just
down
like me
there.
for real.
But there ain't nothing like sitting with my
Who doesn't like taking the nipple?
But watch this, you guys. It just soothes him like a baby with a pacifier. He just likes to suck on something. And he's still my precious little baby. Even though he's gotten so big in the last couple months. But look how angry he gets when I take his bottle away. Please, no! But all right, everybody, I just squeezed it a little bit. Now this little guy's taking it like a champ. But okay, I'm gonna go ahead and leave Bevo alone because Bevo's a wild beaver and needs to start getting less used to human. But we can still show her a little bit of love for the next year and a half that we have her, obviously. All right, everybody, she is down to 1 bottle per day. He still loves his bottle and he annihilates that thing. Look, it's almost empty. The Megadome. And it's so important for us to teach all the carnivore animals how to hunt before we release them back to the wild. And that's why I'll even go and buy live mice for this little guy to hunt.
Oh, what you got in your mouth there?
At a young age.
Oh.
It is a necessary and ethical part of wildlife rehabilitation to be able to teach these guys to hunt the way their mothers would.
He ate all
I
three
get
of
it.
those little mice.
What a strong little boy. Now I'm going to go ahead and put this little fox in here.
Good boy, he's a killer.
Just like the owls, hawks, coyote, and everything else that we have, these foxes also need to learn how to hunt.
Oh, it's a little puppy.
This is just a little puppy. You're not going to go on this channel and see me feeding ducklings to crocodiles saying, now that's a dangerous dinosaur. But I do like to show you guys the beauty of how these animals were designed to hunt. Here's a quick update for you guys on what's going on in the back of the property. Garbanzo beans are still horrible. Just attacks my feet for no reason, so I pick them up and throw them like that.
Meow.
All the cappies are hanging out in here pooping their brains out.
Pooping
your brains out if you don't like this video.
God damn, okay, that sounds gross. That sounds gross.
They are wild. After that, I got
Lick and
another rabies shot. And a screech owl foe today. Look how big and beautiful this boy is is getting. Now I can keep feeding this cringe bat and her babies. And these precious little fellas are just getting ready to start to hunt, and I think they already have successfully killed a couple things in here. And this little goober who is now way too
Mordecai, that's not a worm.
He sleeps up here at night. I do let him run around outside to play, but this is just what he does. All right, everybody, somebody left this in front of my home. That's interesting. For now, I will be feeding him some fish in here. Obviously, he's got some kind of leg injury. For now, I'm just going to be feeding him fish in here until he heals up. But in order to do that, I have to catch some fish at the pond, so that will be my chore today. Well, what is this, a young cormorant? And every day I leave the door cracked, so this cringe little man screams at me till I come out and feed him. So I don't think he's quite ready to be released yet, but he does always have constant access to food here and water in his little dish. He just loves hanging out with his papa.
He likes yapping
on
too.
My hand. Look at that. Oh. After that, I walk on over to the beaver
best
and
friend.
give him his little bottle for the morning. Oh, and now he's playing in that tree. Well, good morning, every chicken. But Beaverton is here, and he has a fresh pool to swim in every day. And it's so nice and warm outside that this little fella doesn't have to worry about getting cold. But here's a little stinker about his bottle. Look at this, you guys. I have to pull it away from him. But look how precious this little baby boy is. Oh, and look who's here. My right-hand man in the sky says, please feed me. I see you feeding all these other animals. Please feed me.
He's yapping.
Sorry, I'll go ahead and let Bevo finish this. That's the whole point of the Pody system. Is
Can he
to
not
let them
fly?
finish it on their own. But I sure do love this precious little bee.
No.
Mordecai and Rigby? That's not Rigby. Let's go. Come on, Mordecai. Stop it. That's not food, Mordecai. Come on, Beaverton. Finish your food. Oh, that's so cute. He tried to peck at the bottle. All right, buddy. Come on. Put this in your mouth. All right. Mordecai doesn't want to leave. Beaverton doesn't want to come back and finish his bottle, even though he drank half of it. Look at this, you guys. Oh, this is the most precious thing that we have. Otherly love. Here's your big ounce footage. This is definitely him and not just some precious little baby. All right, everybody. Day 2 of having my rabies shots. And this is, I think, my 6th bat of the year. Maybe my 7th bat, I think. And this is another little precious baby bat that is trying to bite me through the glove, which is lovely. I sure hope I don't get rabies from this creepy little creature of the night. What's cool is this is a little baby that we can put potentially with this surrogate mother. Regardless, I will do my best to take care of this guy, or I'll just transfer him to
that even the same kind of bat?
Austin. Also, there's a couple bat rehabbers that I met
Sky
up near
puppers.
Dallas and Fort Worth, both of which have offered to help me take care of these little guys. But what's more important is that they've offered to mentor me, because bat rehab is pretty tricky. And hopefully we can take care of the giant fruit bats in Indonesia, because that's my actual
vampires.
dream. All right, everybody, now is the time. These precious baby vultures that have been living in squalor here now go out to a flight pen. They are now finally old enough to go to their flight pen. A lot of, garbanzo beans is attacking my feet again. This makes things infinitely harder.
God damn it, garbanzo beans.
Okay, he's leaving. That's nice. Oh, but look at this little baby. Look at that. Look at him stretching his little wings out. You see how big they're getting, you guys? It's a big animal. And look at that precious little baby. Things are starting to look real nice here at the Urban Rescue Ranch as we get into summer. And it's time to put these little precious babies that we rescued into their new flight pen, which is technically 200 feet long. And this is their new enclosure. Pretty soon we will be getting this pond redone, so we'll have an actual filter and it won't just get green in the summer. Both these guys are healthy enough to walk around here, seek shelter, and they did used to live in there, and drink from this nasty pond whenever they want, because they're vultures. The other big reason why I put them out here is because these guys need sunlight and they need to be able to walk around. Get back, garbanzo beans! Oh, and here he comes again. Hey, DJ, how you doing? Oh! Boo-boo. All right, everybody, it's time to start trapping the rats in here. Boy, do we have a lot of rats. But all right, everybody, this is what it's like here at night. Take a look. But now that they can all hunt, I have these perches here over this little den. This is what I call the megadome. It's got all kinds of rats living in it. And before these guys can go back to the wild, they need to prove to me that they can kill at least one. Especially this bigger.
Damn, you have to pass the test,
Look how
dude.
beautiful these creatures
That's
are.
crazy.
But it's absolutely
that Doug
necessary
legit
for these
loves
guys
getting
to be able to
thrown.
learn
It's
how how
Kinda
to hunt
crazy.
on their
It's
own
insane.
before they go back to the wild. Otherwise, they're just gonna die. But all right, everybody, take a look at this. It's storming outside real bad, and my Pupperton, who is doing much better now,
Oh, it's
is being
so
adorable
cute,
and
dude.
alone
What the
in here.
fuck?
And I have the Beaverton in here, hey, because I'm a hyper-protective mother, and I don't want him to be outside during the storm, even though he was sound asleep in his little igloo out there. B, because this is the mega dome for all of my animals to learn how to forage and eat and wander around and find food. For the coyotes and foxes, I'll put little mice in here and they'll hunt them, and that's actually really, really important for them to do even at a young age. And for Beaverton here, I just scatter all kinds of little treats around for him to find. Isn't that right, Beaverton?
I too just
I'm gonna go get your
sprinkle
precious little
vegetables
stuffed
all over the floor.
Beaverton
In my
loves
you can't
his
see it
squids.
'cause it's just out of view, but that's how I that's how I eat.
But
Also,
this sure is a happy little baby in here.
This
And I'm gonna
vegan
put him
shit,
back outside, but that's where I keep all of his sticks. And to top it all off, I'm gonna give him
Toby
a
goes, you
warm
should go
bottle and a
to
nice bath
Constitution
in
Bridge
here
during the summer in Austin. You get to see like 10 to 20,000 bats take off it. That sounds terrifying. That sounds so scary. What the heck? That's how
And by
tofu
then, the
hunts.
range
Yeah.
should be done outside. Having said that, I also feel the need to go check on my vultures because they should not be outside in this weather. And I just
Oh my
put
god,
them
I've
out
done
here
that.
yesterday.
Is it
thinking
scary? Think of all the
storms were
rabies.
over.
That noise is so insanely. It's like stupid cute. It's like ridiculous.
All right, everybody, I'm still giving this precious baby boy his amoxicillin. Somebody just
He
brought
like
us
loves
this
it
little
too. It's
great
so
blue
cute.
heron from the golf course up at Ridgewood. Must have gotten stuck in the floods, and then he was just baking in the sun all day, apparently.
Damn.
But he's able to grip onto my hands and sit on it. I think if we force feed him and take care of him, he will do okay. Look
Oh.
who's eating the fish I just gave her. But look at that, you guys. What is
No,
this?
glug,
Some
glug,
type
glug,
of
glug, glug.
loon? Yeah, look at that, you guys. She loves these fish.
oh my
I
God.
casted these shad last night. I might put her in the pond to catch
Decapitated
the
that
fish.
shit.
That is a beautiful, beautiful bird. Trigger warning.
It
we
is
like
really
to
pretty. What the
recycle
hell?
all of the wildlife that doesn't make it, or that we have to euthanize because it has a broken leg or something like that. If you guys don't want to see a baby fawn
Everyone gathers to
being
see
eaten
it
by a snake, skip
and
ahead.
people on
This is
boats
a
and
fawn
stuff.
that came
The
in with a
bats.
broken
Oh,
leg,
that's
so
crazy.
He was humanely euthanized.
Oh my
There's nothing
God.
we could have done for that little guy. The leg was completely snapped and exposed, but look at the sheer power of this snake, you guys. The fact that this thing can just pick up that fawn like it's nothing. You can see, you guys.
No.
We've got it figured out at this point. Whoa. That is a literal dinosaur. It's one of the deer that sadly did not make it, so
Holy
it's nice to
shit,
have a
Bambi!
retake or some other large
No!
animal
He
that
did
can
tell you to
still
skip.
use
I didn't hear it.
That is a big meal for this.
No.
Pupperton. This is just a little puppy.
Bambi! No!
I've been letting these guys run around in here freely. They do be pooping. And look at this, you guys. Look who's hunting over there in the shallow end. All right, everybody. I have the vultures out here now, and they're very comfy here where they have shade all day. And back here, they have protection from the rain. Look at these precious boys. And the goal is to now spend a lot
they make
less time
scary
with them so they
sounds.
don't get imprinted
Those
on
things
me
are
and
fucking
stay here
scary.
forever. So I am now taking the approach
Why do they do that constantly too? They freak me out, man.
of leaving a big bunch of...
Oh my god, dude, I'm deceased. This video's not for me, man.
meat on the ground. Now, like normal vultures, their job is to peck at it until they get their meal. But
Dude, they
actually
like
have to work for
growl.
it now. It can't just be a bunch of little slices that I made for them. That with this adorable.
Do you
little
hear
pond
it? It's
here, and
like-
obviously they can handle all kinds of bacteria because they're vultures. So I won't really have to filter this
Oh my
pond for a while.
god.
But now I shouldn't need to feed these boys for at least
Oh, now it's all
another few
dirty.
days. This is Patrick's lovely new setup. He doesn't do anything cringe here or try to harm himself.
Garbanzo beans. Meow.
Unless someone else comes in here with him. But if I'm here and I'm the only person that goes in to feed him or change the water, it's fine. Now he's got all this fresh grass in his enclosure and a big pond over there and this fresh water bucket. And now I have
That did not look fresh, but
roadrunner in my
that looked nasty.
I gave this little guy a cast and he's doing much better now.
Oh.
But that's it for now, you guys. I love you. I appreciate you. And I'll see you in the next video. Oh, almost forgot to tell you.
Almost forgot to tell ya. Almost forgot to tell ya. All right. Let's check in with our favorite annoying urbexers. Are they do they qualify as urbexers? They just like climb tall buildings and be weird. You know, like, and make gay jokes with each other. They bicker while they're like, you know, they bicker and get mad at each other while they like infiltrate things, but then once they get to the top of the spire, they like just sit there and make gay jokes with each other. It's fucking great. Like, are they urbexers? Like, what is that? I don't know that that's urbexing. You think they don't do gay shit in those abandoned buildings? Yeah, that's why I was wondering when they were the Spire Boys were climbing the spire in Vegas. Like, do you think they ever like climb each other's spires? You know what I mean? You ever wonder? I do. I do wonder that. I wonder that. Let's find out. Maybe we'll find out today. Let's do. This one is 13 minutes, so let's check out the Spire Boys returning, but to Hong Kong. Motherfuckers went to Hong Kong to. Oh my gosh! All right.
I don't know, it's just interesting going this way, guys.
My another favorite part I have of these dudes' videos is that like they leave in the most pointless shit, like shit that like really any like normal person would decide to cut out, you know what I mean, to keep the flow nice. But they leave all the weird little bickering and like the banter, and it's actually what I love about it. So I'm glad. Oh my god, that's actually really high. What the fuck?
That's a sketch. Stay over here.
Oh my god, dude, don't do that. And he's like wobbling, dude. He's got no... He's running on pure confidence, man. This is really loud. Is he solo? He's worker. Oh no, there's the guy. Workers walking below. Oh, there they are. Sneak level 100. Plus 10 stealth. Oh.
Let's go up, yeah?
Right.
What?
What?
It's fine. Should we go?
I'm not sure.
Oh my god, they're really high. I didn't even notice this. Look at how high they actually are. Oh my... Okay. Monka. Chat, I need a hug.
Are you leaving your bag?
Yeah.
Dank hugs and chat for Razor Jam.
You think it's searching for us?
Is that a big ass fan right there? What is that?
I think we should just go. They won't even see us anyways.
They're going down.
Yeah, but I don't think they'll...
Oh, they're climbing that. That's the spire they're climbing.
Let's just go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Really?
Yeah.
Send it. Send it. Send it.
You ready? You see him?
Yeah.
That's not him.
Oh my god, dude. That's no simple, like, Okay, so you got to get over there on that side. Oh, God. All right. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, my God. They're so high up. Oh, why is he moving around so fast, dude? He's freaking me out. Oh my God. Don't look down, dude. This is crazy. Oh my God, the ladder's getting so tiny. Oh no. Oh, stop. Dude. Oh my God, it's still going. Classic Spire Boys, dude. Spire Boys gonna spire, you know what I'm saying? Oh my God, dude. They reached the fucking top. Yo, chat. What do we think? What are the chances they make gay jokes once they both get to the top? Holy shit. That's actually fucking pretty insane, actually. Holy crap, look at this fucking, look at these buildings. God damn. They're really high, dude. Look at are those fucking vehicles, dude? Are you kidding me right now? Oh boy. What if we made gay jokes at the top of the spire? Yeah. What if we pretended that we were gonna kiss but didn't kiss because that would be gay, but you know, we'd joke about it, right? Because we're bros. Is he even gonna show us the photos? Usually like shows them. Whoa.
That was sketchy, but
oh my God, what was that?
Dude, this thing fell apart.
Oh no, what fell apart? The very tip of the spire fell apart? What's that, spire dust? I'm soaked now? Oh, is it water? Dude, the very tip of the spire is...
Are you all wet?
Are you all wet? Oh my God, me too. Oh my God, we should like take our shirts off. We're so wet.
Sorry. See, dude. No. Get down in like a minute though, yeah? Do you want me to go down on the spire? Do you want me to go down a little bit?
Do you want me to go down on your spire? What? Do you want me to go down on the spire? Oh.
He's right there. He's right underneath us. Yeah. Let's go down, yeah? Yeah. Down? Okay.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
That was insane.
I took now a photo from you when you go down.
Okay.
Stop moving, man, like that. You are fucking making me so nervous.
My feet because of the water, so be really careful. Like, actually, don't slip. It's actually really slippery.
Like, actually, like, don't slip, dude. Yo, bro. Yo, bro. Dude, when you're coming down, bro, like, don't fucking slip, bro. Yo, brother. When you're coming down, bro, don't slip, bro. Like, bro. What the fuck? Dude, it's super slippery, bro. Like, what the fuck, dude? Yo, Fair King, thank you for 29 months. Let's go. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing good. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. What are you doing? This fucking guy. Yeah, bro, dude, I'm telling you, bro, it's like mad slippery, bro. I don't know what to tell you, bro.
Be careful, it's so wet and slippery.
Dude, be like really careful, dude. I fucking hate him, but I love him. Oh my god, he's still going. That's... How high is the spire, dude? He's still going. He's still not back. That's scary, dude. I don't like this. Yeah, palms are sweaty, dude. Palms are sweaty if I fall on mom's spaghetti. Oh my god. Stop doing that. That guy's still up there? So stop. He's like an ant up there, dude. Dude. He just like used his fucking shitty ass sneakers to like... It's all over.
Yeah, man.
Fuck yeah, bro. Put it here, dude. Put it here, bro. Kiss me, brother.
I'm so sliding.
What?
I'm sliding, that's right.
Dude, I'm so wet from that water. What the fuck? It was like...
Slippery.
Yeah. Alright, let's go, yeah?
Yeah.
Wait.
You film it with your GoPro?
Yeah.
Let's walk here.
On down, or on top? On top? Yeah. Let's just go down and walk over. I don't think they'll even do anything. Just be careful.
Okay.
That fucking bamboo. Where are they? In Hong Kong? Used a lot in Hong Kong for temporary scaffolding. It's really strong. It makes sense. Like some music, you know what I mean? Like would help. Like I don't know. It seems that this is a little bit too exciting for this scene here. Some Metal Gear soundtrack. I need to play Metal Gear. I need to just get the fucking PlayStation bundle and do it. Hydrate? Oh fuck, where's my water bottle? Fuck. What did I do with it? Oh, I left it in the kitchen. God damn it.
It's good.
Damn. Is there a person right there? Oh, it was his reflection. I was like, because they blurred out something in the window, so I thought there was somebody in the window, and he was just like, hey, what's up? What's up? It's like, dude. Oh, God. Yeah, it's his reflection. I was like, oh my God. Sneaky, sneaky. Doing a little bit of breaking and entering, you know what I mean? Just a little bit of breaking and entering. You can do a little breaking and entering as a treat. Just entering, that's true. They didn't break, they just entered. That's true. I didn't see any signs that said I couldn't enter here. Are you stealing shit too? What? What did you grab? Oh, keys? Oh, it's a padlock. Interesting. Mission accomplished. Extraction point. We've made it to the extraction point. Exfiltration. Commencing. Oh, there's a photo from there. Wait, what the fuck is this from the same building? Posters at dyingllama.com. Man. I don't know about all that. Let's see. What time is it? Oh my God, it is time for me to go. It's time for me to go. It's already almost 5 a.m. chat. I'm going to call it here. But I hope you enjoyed this stream. Thanks for hanging out with me. We're going to call it here. But I hope you enjoyed the stream. Thanks for hanging out with me. Like I said, I hope to see you guys again tomorrow for more news, more politics, more comfy reacts, other stuff. Where should we take this party? Who's up? Who up? Twitching they.tv. Down, 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 down. Who up? Twitching they.tv. Let's go say hi to Nandre. Spam these emotes. Thanks for hanging out with me, chat. Thanks for all the good vibes. Thanks for all the love. Absolutely great stream. Hey, thanks for hanging out with me. Hey, if I'm not mistaken, I think I don't want to like make it a thing or anything, but I'm pretty sure the person you added has blocked you probably. Don't do that. Don't poke, okay? Like, I let a lot of shit slide in the chat, all right, to keep it a nice, fair chat. Don't do that, but don't you're disrespect. That's being disrespectful, all right? I'm asking you not to do that kind of disrespectful shit to chatters that I like in chat, okay? Please don't be disrespectful, all right? Pretty regular that I have to have this conversation with certain people, you know what I mean? Let's not do that, especially as I'm leaving. Come on. All right, everybody. All right, everyone. Spam these emotes. Follow all the socials. Join the Discord. Much love, everybody. See you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.
A new kind of love, genetically altered. Enough of love light, and I can't believe it's not love. I can't help myself, and you don't have to say